Hi, good evening, everyone. Good evening from India. And today we have Kimberly Calhoun from Raleigh, North Carolina, and we have Rakesh Krishnan from Hong Kong. Namaste, everyone.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Thank you so much
Namaste.
for having this show with us, Ankit. This is so much fun.
Yeah.
I have learned so much from all of our wonderful, beautiful people from all over the world. And some of them we've made permanent friendships with, like joining us. Maybe we'll get them their own shows.
Yeah.
But wow, this has been, how many days have we been doing this?
Today is the 26th episode, so we are doing it from
Oh,
past 26 days regularly, and I think we have around 75 or 80 hours of shows we have done altogether.
Wow. And to do this live, people have
Yeah.
no idea what it's like, except for people who do it, what it's like to do a live show, because you're just not sitting there talking. You're helping people line up to come. There's a lot of work involved with just researching before you get on and talk tomorrow or that morning before, because we want to be facts. Right.
Yeah.
We want to make sure we give the people as up to date content as we possibly can. So, Ankit, you're doing a great job. And thank you so much for keeping
absolutely.
it going.
Same as you. Credit goes to you.
We're all in this together, right? We're
Yeah.
all in
Yes,
this together.
absolutely. Absolutely.
That's what
Uh,
we said. Rakesh, share a little bit with us what's going on with you there in Hong Kong today.
well, we've had about, I think in the last week or so, about 30 odd more cases, but no more deaths. No more deaths, and they're all being monitored. I would say the situation is quite stable here. We're careful where we go because the government publishes the buildings where there's a live case, and they tell you how many, but they don't tell you which flat. So they preserve privacy at the same time. Where not to go. so so that's relevant in a city with skyscrapers like this. But I don't know, when you have individual houses, how a government would preserve privacy as well as protect the general public. I'm not so sure, because in Auckland it would be quite difficult.
Right. But knowing where there might be a case or where a case is, you can be a little more cautious. That's the transparency we've needed since this began, is to know more facts about what we're dealing with, how it spreads, and how fast it can spread. The fact that you're contagious before you know you have it. That symptoms, you mean that you probably have had it for quite some time and have contaminated everyone around you for weeks. So no, that's good. I can't. Where I live, if they flagged us, they'd have to put a really big flag for people to see. If they just put a little post-it on the door, nobody's going to see it from the road. They would have to put it on our mailbox or, something like that. Because you can't see us too good from the road because we have a lot of trees and everything. But in a building, I am curious, are there policies in a building if somebody has it and they're in one of the flats, but nobody knows? How do you go in and out elevators and you're safe? I mean, are you doing only people who are grouped together in elevators? I mean, how does that work?
The way the government doesn't put it on the building, it's all on a website.
Oh,
So yes, and almost everybody has a cell phone in Hong Kong. So you just they
yeah.
have a website, so you just know where not to go, where to go. You can't have 100% safety, or you can't avoid completely. If you have to go into that building, then you have a risk. Usually, typically social behavior in Hong Kong is people don't meet in houses. People meet in restaurants. very, very rarely, even if you lived here, you would you invite somebody over to your house? Mostly because the houses are rather small.
Right.
Yeah, so my wife was very shrewd. We have a comparatively larger house because she knew I wouldn't fit into a shoebox. So coming from New Zealand and having lived in Rwanda and before, she very, very wisely selected a house which is quite large. But it's away from the main city, which is why we live a little away from the main city. But in the city, most people entertain in a restaurant, but the restaurants all closed. Uh, Now they've opened up the restaurants, but you can only have two to a table, not more than four, just two to a table. So, and everybody wears masks. That's the rule. It's not enforced by the government; it's recommended, but people are it's a sensitized population, so you get a lot of cooperation. In Yeah, in India, I think in surprisingly in most of the metro cities there is good cooperation because people there are also sensitized. But I have my sisters living in Mumbai. I have friends living in Delhi, and Mr. Modi lives in Delhi, so it's pretty well enforced out there. um, i I also see that from my niece who lives in Madras that they're also following the rules there in India. So, but I think in some cities, I had a friend who lives in Noida, and he said that in Noida they're not particularly conscientious in following the social distancing. So varied reports. On my Facebook page, I put a post of uneducated, illiterate villagers in one of the most backward states in India called Orissa, where the water well where women go to collect water, the village authorities have drawn little circles, and the women are very in a very disciplined manner, standing within those circles with the social distancing criteria met. So it's quite interesting how different countries deal with this. I I think in a way the media fear has served one purpose. It has that of sensitizing populations, even in remote villages in India.
No, I think you're right. I think it has to do with the culture as well, because in America we don't heed to our government very well. Our government doesn't heed to their own government very well. So, I think that gaining control. I'm so happy to hear that the death toll has gone down. To see Hong Kong making such progress is hope for the rest of the world, especially if you're going back to some of your cultural ways of meeting back into restaurants. I would be very fearful at this time myself, but mainly because we have yet to gain that control here. Our client, we're still going up in many situations, and we haven't seen that curve start. And I think when you start seeing that curve start, some days you're going to have good days and some days you're going to have bad, right? It's going to kind of flip flop up and down like a trampoline until you can flatline it. But may I ask, what's the word maybe in your grapevine, so to speak, as to why the death toll has gone down? Is it a special treatment they're giving people? Do they just feel like they have it better contained? I mean, because that's the big factor right there, is you're slowing down the deaths.
With reference to Hong Kong, I think the main the deaths have been only in the case of people with underlying problems. Uh, one was the only young person was 39 years old, and he had a history of heart problems. The others were elderly people whose immune systems we know is sort of on the wane. Um, so I think we've had probably about 10 deaths in Hong Kong. New Zealand has been spectacularly successful, only one death, and very, very strict enforcement. Police are now authorized, if they suspect that there's a party going on, they're authorized to enter a house and break up the party and probably fine people. So I know that because I'm a New Zealand citizen, and I watch the papers there very assiduously. I plan to return to New Zealand later this year, so that's why I'm watching carefully. Hello, Sasha. Namaste.
Namaste, Sasha, my friend. And I can't wait to see you one day in real person. Just like all of you. I mean, I think we're going to plan a big party after this. Not quite sure where, but yes, absolutely. So, Sasha, share with us what's going on in your neck of the woods.
Okay, although numbers don't support the statistics, but I've heard from quite a few of sources, some of them are in Russia, that Canada handled the coronavirus very successfully. It's out of the woods, it's recovering, and so on. The numbers don't support that, although numbers never been very high, nothing to compare to America and Italy, some other really hard hit countries. But we are not out of the woods. As I said, there are about 17,000 plus cases, and vast majority of them, which is 12,000, is shared between two provinces, Ontario, where I live, Toronto, and Quebec. This is a French province of Canada. And apparently Quebec has twice as many cases, about 8,000 versus Ontario is 4,000. However, I believe that the policy, which is very strictly and very aggressively enforced of social and physical actually distancing, it works. It works, and apparently there is nothing else that works. So why people are trying to guess what to do when it's very obviously proven beyond any reasonable doubts. In fact, in our condominium complex where I live, there are some very strict rules about if somebody wants to visit you, even if it's your relative, even if it's your daughter, for example, the visit cannot be longer than 10 minutes. It's enforced. So her car would enter the parking lot, and she has to leave not later than 10 minutes after entering the parking lot. So that means that maybe she can bring, or somebody else can bring some maybe food supplies, maybe some medicine if needed, but that's about it. It all has to be done in 10 minutes. So this, I think, very strict regulations, which are successfully and very aggressively, as I said, enforced, I think that's probably a key to succeed in the fight against coronavirus.
Very clever and non-intrusive. Very clever and non-intrusive. Yeah.
Absolutely. I could not agree with you more, Sasha. Ankit, share with us what's going on in Namaste, Kumar.
Namaste.
I think I would like Rakesh to share the news from India and
let's do that. Share with us what's the news from India.
Okay.
So a lot of news from India. Actually, last 3 days, our company studied 100 cases low. Today, 354 cases reported last 24 hours, and very sorry, 13 cases, death cases reported last 24 hours, as per data available from the government of India, who have this is and total till now. This is the 508 cases we have reported. Curfew 5 zones in the Pune, where the highest amount of coronavirus cases have been found, and the total cases 4789, and death toll at 124, and survivors is 326. And in Gujarat, 52-year-old man died due to COVID-19 in Gujarat, taking tallest state in 30. As you know, the Gujarat is state of the Prime Minister and Home Minister. And there is very surprising news due to New York. Central Bureau of Indian Advisory Rules in India to remain on high alert in view to a China found COVID-19 positive in New York. And the Delhi government 5T plan to fight the COVID-19, testing, tracing, treatment, teamwork, tracking, and monitoring. Very, very nice idea as per UP government and other states also just try to track the change. And there is a very good news from the India. Our Prime Minister talks to the Swedish counterpart for the possibility of collaboration between the scientists and the Swedish counterpart, Stephen Lovin on Tuesday, they agreed on possibility of collaboration in data sharing between the researchers and scientists of the two countries, a move which would contribute to the global effort against COVID-19. Two leaders also discussed over the telephone the novel coronavirus pandemic and the steps being taken in their respective countries for controlling its health and economic impacts. And this is also new decision in India. No international talking event for India till June. And our new task force has been formed just to combat COVID. National Task Force has been recommended establishing the India COVID-19 Clinical Research Collaborative Network, which is already coordinated by Indian Council of Medical Research. And already yesterday, our Prime Minister and all, just you see, all member of Parliament, MPs have just declared they will not take the salary, uh, they will take the salary cut 30% throughout, and already offered the governors, vice president, president, prime minister, all previous just offered to they will not salary next 1 year 30% less salary. And our MP local area development scheme for every member of parliament has been just allocated 5 crore INR per year per MP. So it will be also the just to counter for the economically, just to counter the COVID-19, just making the so many possibilities, so many programs by our prime minister, as just the situation is going to be controlled. If we see the mortality rate comparative to the 678, I think, country throughout just the 2.5 in India, and China is
Rakesh,
going. Yeah.
Rakesh, can you check your mic because we are not able to hear you clearly.
Okay. I put it at that the mic. Just a minute. Okay.
That's
Okay.
better.
Now it's
That's
better.
I was taking by my studio experiences, so that is a different one. I just tried to the different one. Now voice is
This
okay
is
now.
better. This is
Yeah,
much
now
better.
That was not, but that was, I think, not laudable. But you can hear the all things, I think.
yeah.
These are just you see the mortality rate. We can discuss also on this point. Okay, this is a India is the lowest mortality rate 2.5, and Iran 6.2, Spain 9.6, UK 10.2, and Italy 12.3, and USA is 2.9. So India in USA, according to population, mortality rate is less than other countries. So every country is taking the measures to just to control the COVID-19, and all the research are going on. All just preventive measures has been taken, already taken. So this is update. Just we can see as a news person, as an Indian, as a just sensitive listener of the country. Just we have tracking the COVID-19 development in different way. So this is an input from our side. So
And Rakesh, I would like to ask you that, as you know that all our ministers, the chief ministers and
yeah,
prime ministers are talking daily through video conferencing. So,
Yeah.
what kind of steps we will be seeing in future, and are they talking to extend the lockdown as well?
Actually, there is so many chief ministers, and just yesterday there was a meeting with the FICCI, the business organization, the premier business organization, CIA, and all the premiers of different groups already talked to Prime Minister, and they have already in favor of extension of lockdown. But till today, here evening is 7:50 p.m. As you know, Ankit. So there is
Yeah.
no decision has been taken. So we have just hoping on seventh prime minister level may take decision. But I think they are not able to take decision due to the situations, just the grim situation of the COVID-19. The figure is not going to be controlled way. So this is the figure is the last 3 days figure is difference 100, 600, 500. Today is a 354. So figure is going to be down for infected. Now they have parallelly all states are going for the test. We
Yeah.
have the only test more than lakhs, I think. So 100,000 we can say. So if taste is going high, so it may be the different one. They will catch the infected cases, but they're trying to control in different way. So most of the states in favor of just to extend the lockdown. But how they will government able to manage, we can't say at this position.
And sir, would you like to mention about the export ban which was lifted by I mean PM Modi after
Yeah,
talking to
yeah, yeah, yeah.
President
Already now, what are
Modi?
medicine and drugs? The anti-malaria drugs had been already lifted the ban, and there is no ban on export, and India agreed to do it for several other nations. There was some news from the different way. I'm not going to be the controversial news, but what are some sections of news reported about the US and other country, but that is not true. So now India has agreed, and India is already exporting the whatever they can to the other countries. That was export was banned, but today on some sections, not fully. Whatever actually a test kit is what is whatever equipment PPE and test kit and mask and sanitizer. So for the mask, the ICMR advisory is there, so we can just pull the normal cloth before your mouth, and you
Yeah.
can use like the mask. Don't go. There is also confusion from WHO for the mask label and N95 is there or not. But now different researchers are saying no. Okay, it's good. So we can just put the normal cloth before your mouth and block the nose. Then we can be controlled. But the best way is stay home, is stay safe, and just to meet whatever you should not go out of whatever the prime minister said, Lakshman Rekha in our Ramayana. Don't cross
Yeah.
the line, the border line. Yeah.
Do y'all think that
Great.
there's any fear, because we know that the real way to control this for a while is to stay home? But do you think that there's any fear of we all getting a little complacent here? We start seeing the status and index change a little bit, and we go, you know what? We're going to go back out again. Is there any fear of that thought, maybe reinfecting ourselves, or do you think we're so in tune to what's going on that we're going to stay home the span of time that we need to and see this through?
No, Kim, you're right. Not a fear actually. Whatever suggested globally from WHO and the different researchers and doctors and scientists, and Mr. Krishna is there, Shasha is there, and you all there. Social distance is also a medicine, social medicine. So whatever this is a 1 meter at least 6 feet distances, just to not come in contact with droplets when some sneezes and some person just to go out of that. So just control the things. Whatever there is different ads in the different TV channels. Yeah, how COVID is going to be out of way. If any person is just washing their hands, COVID-19 is fearing. If he someday is taking the mask, COVID is going the fear mode. And if he even going to be the just not to shake hands and not go to hug to each other, so COVID is going to be back out. So many just cartoons, so many news, and so many awareness program, the different TV channels must be in the USA and the different countries. just trying to aware the people what to do, what not to do. That is so important. So fear is for social distances, but awareness is the main tool. As I think personally, if you aware the people, lower level to higher level and different class, we can control, and we should control, and we are going to control now. Whatever the situation in the US, nobody hopes like our prime minister already is told in a speech in 20 seconds. You see, the Italy and America, the US like countries, they have the most developed system, and they are in the grip of the COVID-19. So we should take care of whatever we have, whatever you have resources. So that's why we just celebrated like that, just to full of positivity. Whatever the light day and whatever the lockdown, whatever, just to maintaining the social distancing and the precautionary measures. That is only from these tools we can save ourselves, because this all,
Let's
please.
talk about some of the benefits that are coming out of this. Maybe some of the new technical innovations. Maybe people being able to get back to some manufacturing, like manufacturing more masks that the world will start wearing in the
Yeah.
future. Because as when has appeared to have had this under control, we've not had much communication with Japan, but they've always
South
worn
Korea also,
masks, right?
Singapore also.
No, but I think Kim, as we mentioned in our show yesterday, Japan have declared medical emergency in the country, and they are doing some strict actions. You know that they are very reserved about their country, and they don't show a lot of information with the world, but they are very protective as well. So they are
Yeah,
following
you're right.
the right areas, and also they have reserve of around 1 trillion yen for the people of Japan.
Wow.
So they are doing their bit basically to try and control whatever the best they can. And you know that in terms of the working cell and technology, Japan is different from all of us.
Right, they have different, but they've always worn masks. Like but mostly for protection from the pollution and other contaminants that might be in the air. But they've always had that practice. I'm wondering, will this become a common practice for us in the future? Like what we were talking about fashion, and we saw the one with the little sparklies all over it, and things like that. Will it? Do you think this will become some of our future practices?
I think so. I mean, we would be having these kind of masks.
So there's so many cartoons in there, so many years, so many. So how any person and the two-person, just whatever the friends are, how to love to each other with due to the mask. So there's also some story was there.
Well, we'll
So if
have to
you
have emoji masks so that we can,
yeah,
share our smile too, right? Because what's life without seeing a smile,
you
right?
can't
I am,
you can't see the expression. You can't see the expression. How to love each other, how to interact each other. So that's
but
also
Jim,
some
I think that
story.
I think that in coming months we will be having innovative masks with different sets, because people will be having a lot of filters, and we can change those filters maybe, because
But
we if we buy
yeah.
an individual mask, that is good for around, I think, a week or 2 weeks. So either we will buy more masks, or we will try on keep and changing the mask.
No, that is a Ankit. That is important to all of us. That is important for all of us, just to protect themselves.
Yeah.
So that is not the designing, and that is not of the whatever the parameters of the mask. The mask parameters should be there, just like the how to just cover, how to counter the COVID. That is important, not for the fashion type and some designing type. And somebody would also, I saw in the social media, some sorry, Kim, just woman was asking, have you mask matching with my saris and my suits? So different mask with the matching with the different dresses.
Yeah,
We will be
So,
having colorful masks as well. That is what the way forward,
so,
and I
so
think
that is asking somebody asking to the shopkeeper, do you have the different masks with the different? They have the colors. Do you have the Indian wear the
I
saris
think
and the suits and whatever?
Lynn must be having more stories about the mask and what's going around. Hi, Lynn. Good
right.
evening.
And,
You must have.
maybe Lynn always has paper goods, folks. So
Yeah.
we're going to welcome Lynn Shepherd to our show this morning. He's from California, and he is one of our biggest sponsors right now on IBM TV. And he owns the what I call a cyber dollar store. You can order all of your dollar store needs online. Dollar store shopping has always been my favorite. Why not? You save some money and you usually get the same kind of items. But welcome, Lynn. How's it going there?
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm in Pennsylvania, Kim.
Oh, I'm sorry, got that backwards.
That's okay. Yeah, so I'm an East Coaster, but anyway, thank you very much for having me on. I am the owner of an online dollar store called Shepherd Family Dollar Store. Actually, you can find us just simply by going onto the IBM TV link, and you can click on the link that says Dollar Store, and you will be taken to our dollar store. We have our reason for getting involved with IBM TV is we want to give back. IBM TV is owned by Money Masters, which is a not-for-profit, and we really want to help the mission of Money Masters. So we're giving half of the profits that we get to Money Masters to help further the mission. Money Masters is a wonderful organization, and we think Dollar Store can be very helpful to them. For people who want to get involved with the Dollar Store and buy from our Dollar Store, we have a rewards program where people can get rewards points for simply signing up, and they will get immediately 50 rewards points, which are worth $5 for any purchase. And then every time they purchase on the store, they will get additional rewards points that they can use anytime they want to. So we encourage people to go on, sign up as a customer, and start buying when you want to. Now, I heard you mentioning when I came on about paper products. We like a lot of the grocery stores and the big box stores like Costco and Sam's and BJ's. There's been a run on toilet paper, and we apologize for that. But pretty much as soon as they come onto the store, people buy them up and they get shipped out. So we may or may not have them when you go onto the site, but we have lots of other stuff. Well over 5,000 items on the store, and it's growing actually as the number of store owners in the United States, like myself, come onto the program. So that's pretty much it. Kim, if you want to ask me additional questions.
Yes, I do. Let's talk about some of the other items real quick, because we're always talking about building our immunity here. Do you carry things like vitamins and things like that people can order through you as well? We talked about goods, but
there are some things like that, but actually the most interesting thing is we have small packs of CBD. And we're going to be adding additional packs of CBD. People can buy them. They can try them and see if they work for them. Some are basically to help the people with if they have immune problems, to help build up the immune system. I think it's a great product. And they're packaged in single packs of one pill. One of the packs has 4 pills. So people can just buy them and try them.
Right. And that's a great way to do it. So Lynn, thank you so much for donating to Money Masters. I don't think a lot of people don't understand that Money Masters does own IBM TV. We started out as Money Masters trying to bridge the gap between the poverty and the sustainability by giving financial literacy and inspiring financial fitness. And we do this at no cost for people. Lynn, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Nick and his team have put together a stimulus seminar for tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And it's free. All you have to do is register with Nick. So if you got any grandchildren that you want to take this course, because Nick's funny. And anything he teaches he makes it fun. So
actually, I have 3 grandchildren who live probably less than 10 miles away from where you live.
Oh,
so
yeah, we talked about that. Yeah. So,
yeah.
And the thing is that's what I was telling someone. You know, our children don't get to learn enough about financial literacy as it is through the schools. But why not now? While they're home and you're having to do a little bit of self-educating with them, why not let them take some of these courses for free? They're available online. You know, sit down and show them a checkbook and what a real ledger is and how it works. But the fun thing is that he is teaching what the stimulus package is, what's in it, how you apply for it. You can ask real questions because it's going to be on a webinar based. It's Nick at IBM.TV register. But I thank you so much. I mean, the Family Dollar Store, what's great about it is that this is online, the Shepherd Family Dollar Store. If you go to our website, it's a big green button at the very top or at the banner. You click on it, it takes you straight to, I think the one button takes you straight to the paper products.
Yeah.
We just made that easy for you. You know, what a easy way to shop. You don't have to leave home. It's all right there. It's very organized to go through. They have kitchen gadgets, just all kinds of neat things. If you're going to have a birthday party, they got little. I looked there. They had little cupcake paper things and napkins, and so I mean, you know, if you need something, don't go out and buy it. You can buy it from the dollar store online. I mean, how much easy is that, right?
Sure. One thing I should mention, unfortunately, we can only deliver in the 48 states. We do, if people buy $25 or more, shipment is free. I wish we could ship to New Delhi, but that's
Not yet.
Not yet. But I have actually asked the question because Rex Maida, who founded Dollar Store in 1996, is from India. And so we were talking about setting up some online stores that everything would have to be translated again so that you could buy in the different Indian languages and dialects. But that's something that's going to come.
What about Canada?
Canada.
That is the Canadian plastic dog. We welcome India. We always welcome India. Jesse saying that's okay.
No, but Lynn, I think we will work on it and we'll set up a store for India. I mean, we'll work on it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what
So I
do
was
you
talking to Kim
happen?
regarding the Dollar Store India. So maybe we'll have it once we free from the COVID situation.
Well,
We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen.
keep pushing me, and I'm going to talk to Rex and try and get an online store in India as soon as possible. Canada, we can ship to Canada, but
Hong Kong also. Just Dr. Krishna sitting there. So I think Hong Kong should be also just able.
Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can try that too. But the problem with Canada, of course, is, first of all, since my daughter lives in Toronto, I know a little bit about Canada. Border Patrol is holding everything up right now. And secondly, there is an extra cost for shipping to Canada, but we can do that. There's an extra cost for shipping to Hawaii and to Alaska as well.
Okay. I mean, we don't need to forget our 2 extra legs, right? Of people.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, they are part of the United, and Puerto Rico is, you know, kind of one of our states in a weird sort of way. So we got to be, but there's no reason why we can't go global eventually. We got enough connections. We
Absolutely.
can definitely make this helpful to expand it, because I love the dollar store. I miss, you know, I always go up and get my things. Now I can buy it online. So this is going to teach me not to drive out, you know, save my time, save my money, and do everything from home. $25, I could spend it like that at a dollar store. So that's free shipping.
This is not like the dollar store. $1. Just I have seen the US one.
I think, Lynn, do you want to explain it? Because it's not, everything's not just $1.
No, there are some. Sorry about my daughter's outside barking at somebody, so you might pick that up. So there are some stores, very few, but there are some that sell only $1 items. Typically, the dollar stores, both the brick and mortar stores and the online stores, will sell generally in the $1 to $3 range. If we have seasonal things that come up, things like Easter's here now, and so we have some items on the store for Easter, or if you get to October Halloween or Thanksgiving or the holiday season around Christmas, you will see items that will exceed even $3 because what Rex does is he puts seasonal items on there for people to buy. But generally, it's $1 to $3.
Okay. Just I have seen the $1 store. That's why I asked you the questions. Just I have seen the $1 store.
Yeah.
So many people in the US.
Yeah.
So, Lynn, we have some questions from viewers that, during the COVID situation, what are you selling the most apart from toilet papers?
What are we selling the most? Just a lot of home items. Some of the health items, toothpaste, toothbrushes, soaps, things like that.
Basics.
Yeah. By the
How
way,
are you maintaining those logistical challenges and the hygiene because people are afraid to pick up those stuff because it will be logistically moving in hands?
correct. Yeah. So disinfectants, things like that. But anyway, it's just it's interesting because you never know what people are going to want to buy. I mean, I imagine Kimberly's going to buy all the stuff at $3 because that's just.
The thing is that knowing that it's there makes my life easier because I don't have to drive over to the store now. I haven't actually in 5 weeks, 4 weeks. So, as I slowly start to run out of things, I know I can just, log in and order them from you. Also, like Lynn says, they run out of things. But what I like about the store is when they run out, they take it now. They don't have it there, and you're sitting there thinking, "Well, I'll get it." You have to be there when they have the stuff available. Kind of like my store up the street, they were making announcements. It's a little bitty store, so it's a small country place where we live out here, and they say, if you come in Saturday morning, we just stocked everything, right? So I don't know when you stock, Lynn, but apparently every day if you go out and look, you'll be able to find what you need. So
well, yeah, it changes from day to day, of course. And one other thing I should mention, if somebody or an organization wants to buy $1,000 or more of stuff, it opens it up to over 32,000 items that we have. So people can actually buy a lot more. Obviously, the homeowner, somebody who's ordering for their house, unless you have a big house with a basement that doesn't have anything in it, you're probably not going to buy $1,000 worth of stuff. But if an organization wants to do that, you can.
Well, it could be a supplier or a distributor for other things.
So then do you have any subscription plan for the companies who wanted to buy on a monthly subscription for some items, maybe toilet papers or maybe masks or maybe something relevant
idea. For monthly subscriptions? That's a good idea.
Yeah, well, that's one thing. The group of us who are store owners, we meet every Monday night. We talk about things that we'd like to have done, and then we present them to Rex. So actually, monthly subscriptions, Ankit, is a really good idea, and it's something that we will talk to Rex about.
Great. And do you have those infrared thermometer guns right now on your store? Because there's a lot of demand right now due to the COVID-19 situation.
Say that again. Do we have what?
So, are you also selling those infrared thermometer guns which checks the temperature?
Fortunately, I missed that. Go ahead.
Kim, you want to ask?
Well, I'm having a hard time hearing. It's buzzing on my end again.
Okay. So Lynn, there's a thermometer gun which checks your temperature through infrared.
Thermometer.
Thermometers. Now, I don't know the answer about thermometers, but I will find it out. And when I come on again, I'll have the answer for your question.
Are you carrying masks? Are you carrying the mask of any kind yet? If not, I can get you a contact.
We're not. Are you making them?
I have a friend who is
Oh, okay. Okay.
manufacturing. They're not handmade. They're manufactured.
Yeah. Okay. Again, we didn't have them, but they may have been added in the last 24 hours. I haven't looked at that yet, but I will check and I will talk to Rex about that one as well.
Okay. If they need manufactured ones, we've got access to people who are doing them. They're the generic of the, what is it, the N95? Yeah. So they're the generic brand, but they're cost effective. So, yeah, it's what you sell is a nice, easy access for people to shop for low cost items. So that and household needs and your basics, toiletries and things like that. So you don't have to go out and shop for them, and keep that social distancing, right? How is it going in your neck of the woods?
Up here?
Yeah.
Actually, knock on wood, it's doing fine. Pennsylvania has I guess something over 10,000 people who are sick, but nothing like New Jersey or obviously New York, even though we're close. I will say that the county where I live was the first county to be shut down. A hospital where I was on two of the boards, which is about 2 miles away, had the first death in Pennsylvania, which is sad. But knock on wood, we're doing okay here. So we people are really adhering to the request of the governor and of the country to be able to stay put and weather the storm at home rather than going out.
Well, I mean, you're in a more northern area, so you guys are more used to the colder weathers when people probably stay home more throughout the year. Cabin fever probably doesn't hit you guys as hard as it does some of the people in the South. So you're more disciplined at that, definitely. But it's good to hear that Pennsylvania has really contained this a little bit better. North Carolina hasn't been good, and I've been looking at the numbers that are projected on the world meters, and they don't reflect what I heard yesterday from North Carolina itself. So I'm wondering if the data is being transferred the way it should be transferred. But something that people need to understand is that these numbers don't really reflect the real actual data, because you have to wait 10 days for the test results, right? Sure. So we're 10 days behind. So don't expect that everyone stayed home this week or 2 weeks to see that graph drop. You're actually probably going to see it climb. And climb a little higher, and then you're going to start seeing it plateau. So probably about the third or fourth week home, we're going to see it plateau, but that doesn't mean we can go out now. That means that we finally said, phew, okay, we got the climb, the rates to drop a little bit, and then what you want to see is this. And then I think when we have this, then it's time to start talking about how to get back into the social network.
I went out about 2 weeks ago to a major thoroughfare where basically, if you looked left and right, you saw cars just you couldn't see the end of the cars. I was stunned when I only saw about 4 cars. So it's clearly indicative of the fact that people are paying attention.
It is. I've noticed that.
Here in India,
go ahead. Is India?
Here in India, we have spent millions and billions of dollars to maintain the pollution level. And from past 3-4 weeks, we are enjoying our atmosphere. We haven't seen it from past 20 years.
And the air is clean.
Birds started flying, and we can see the our sky clearly. They have a lot of colors. Earlier we used to see gray color only, and there is no noise, so we can hear what's going on in the nature as well, and lots of good things going around. And
Yeah.
the air is polluting or maybe filtering itself on their own. That is what the environment is all about. They are rebooting themselves. So as the water pollution, the rivers and the lakes, they are cleaning themselves. I mean, so there must be some auto process which as humans we were not aware about it, and it's automatically going around. So
And it's
system or life
all
is rebooting themselves.
all this without
Well,
spending even a single dollar.
Right. I mean,
Nature is getting it done.
So I would like to invite. I would like to welcome Sandeep Jain, and he's uh, one of the top garment manufacturers in India, and he represents a couple of companies, and he's a good friend and a family. So Sandeep ji, what do you want to say?
good morning and
So
welcome.
what you said
Or
was
good evening.
really, yeah, good morning.
Good
Thank you,
evening.
thank you. Yeah, because what you said is truly right that the weather, what we are seeing right now these days, is just fantastic, amazing, and the most purest we have ever seen in the country. And I think all this is to thank to the nature, and what we are getting is without spending a single dollar. Normally every year the government spends plenty of money to avoid the pollution and all, but still it doesn't go. But this time, it's all because of coronavirus. People are inside; they are not making a lot of mess around, and nature is getting it clear itself. So it's the purest air we can breathe now.
This is
And
something.
what would you like to talk about Italy, because you have been to that country multiple times, and how you maintain the physical and social distance from the Italians, and how is the market responding?
No, you mean to say why it has spread so quickly over there? You want to understand the reason, or like?
No, no, I would like to know what's happening with the Italian people, and because you have been to Italy multiple times, so and Italy runs the fashion industry
Yeah,
around the world.
yeah.
So, what's the news from Italy, and how it will impact your business?
So Italy is a global supplier of fashion to the entire world, and because they are the creator of the fashion, and many of the international brands comes from Italy. Now the thing is, because of coronavirus, the fashion and the fashion industry in Italy is going to get a hit for another at least 6 months from the time they have started. I think maybe by not before July or August, if they come up quickly. Still, they need July or August to come up with their new products and all. And there's a big damage to the industry because a lot of people are dying there, and they are somehow related to each and every industry which are working in Italy, which are working through Italy. So I think it will take a long time for Italy to come back. It's a big loss for them.
Okay. And do you see? I mean, how we can fulfill the gap what Italians won't be able to do for next couple of months or maybe years, because China is also supplying lot of garments now, and then you have lot of people importing from China as well. So
So we cannot say that we can just completely substitute Italy with the quality of products what they give and the fashion and combination. But yes, Asian countries, especially like India, Vietnam, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, they will be having a good opportunity for next few months to fulfill the gap which has been created by Italy. But also on the other side, I think there is a substantial fall in the demand of all these products because fashion industry is an sort of luxury industry which Italian used to cater, and as of now the crises are there around the world. So I don't think for next 3 to 4 months anybody is going to buy for the luxury products. People are there to cope up with their EMIs, bank loan, home loan, education, school fees, and after that, I think once the market is stabilized, which may take, I said earlier, around 6 months time. So by that time, again, Italy will be back on their toes. Till that meantime, only the products from the Asian countries can substitute the basic needs of the garment products. And I don't think so that luxury product market is going to revive not before end of 2020.
I agree.
I don't think any market's going to revive or bounce back up for quite some time. I've been kind of watching a little bit of the stocks, and that's something Lily, hi, namaste. We got this family here, Cindy, so you'll have to excuse us, but we've developed a really great connection for the last 26 episodes. But you bring up some really good topics to talk about how we can bounce back up. Italy being the world fashion industry, I've kind of figured out why you got hit so hard, and that's because you connect to China to do a lot of business. There's a big bridge there of manufacturing a lot of your apparel, and probably that brought the disease and virus to your country at a much faster pace without you knowing that it was happening. This might bring up some good topics to talk about what I call centralization of your community, right? Gaining bigger control by bringing back home your industries, right? Start doing more manufacturing back home, which also creates a bigger currency cycle back in your own community as well. And this is something that I have been trying to get a handle on over the years, is why people can't bring back home a lot of their industry. Why do we always have to bridge everything across seas? Of course, I love bridging across seas because I got all of these friends. And those are great connections. But when you do that, you limit your resources back home as well as to what your medical supplies, situation like this, you can't manufacture your own masks sometimes, or not fast enough. So you bring up a good topic. Thank you. Thank you. You bring up a good topic about bouncing back, right? How we're going to survive this, and how long is it going to take to bounce back? Italy probably was the worst hit. Can you share with us a little bit more about the impact there in Italy?
I think another big blow to the Italians are the tourism company, the tourism industry, because as the summer vacations period is coming, if I talk about India also, so there are around, like, I could say 500,000 people travel to Italy or the other part of European to celebrate, to enjoy their summer vacation. Even my tickets were booked for the May and to the Italy and Switzerland, but by chance it got cancelled because of this virus. So in totality, there is a huge unrecoverable loss to the entire European market of the tourism sector.
Wow.
It will be one of the worst hit tourism sector. Obviously, the fashion industry is there, but still, tourism is the much more bigger sector of Italian economics than any other sector. So I think tourism is going to be hit very, very bad. And it will take at least another next year, 2021 only, they will be able to come out of it.
You bring up a good point there, that there's more to Italy than just the fashion world, the tourism. I think everyone's getting that impact. Nashville, Tennessee, they really rely on the tourism to feed their people because, music doesn't make as much money as it used to because of Napster and online. So there are other industries that are impacted than the ones that people see you as. I see you as just fashion. I'm sorry, but you're right. Tourism, it's such a lovely place to visit. But you know what? We're going to build. We're going to rebuild. And all of that is going to be regenerated, but maybe at a better and healthier rate, right? We're going to understand ourselves a little bit more, hopefully, because some of the things that we're trying to help people learn while you're sitting at home and doing self-distancing and isolating is relearn yourself, right? Relearn to love who you are, relearn your finances so you can afford to go to Italy when this is over. So many of my people that I know, they go, oh, I can't afford to travel. And right now we're not making money, but right now you're learning how to reserve. And we will rebuild. Humans are not designed to not survive. We will survive. We will rebuild. Tourism, I think people are going to have so much cabin fever, you're not going to be able to handle the travel. and the tourism, right? So now
Right.
it's time to plan. What kind of tours would you do next time people come? And also, how would you do it to help keep it cleaner, right? Because now that we've kind of reset the footprint of the earth, Mother Nature's getting clean. Our oceans are probably getting cleaner. The canals are getting cleaner. Just the air itself. How can we do all of this and keep it clean? And this is something I was thinking the other day. Maybe once a year, the whole earth, everyone should just shut down for 1 week. Everyone. Because look at the impact we made on the carbon footprint. Even
I
after
have a
the first
question.
week, even after the first week, we made such a huge impact. I was hearing how clean the air was in India, and just pray. Maybe this is something the whole world should do once a year. This is something we're learning, right? And then again, it's not a religion, but maybe we all join together and we pray and we get back to ourselves, love ourselves, understand ourselves. Uh, what is it that we learned from Tommy Harris the other day? Caring and sharing, right? Caring for ourselves and sharing. Because once you've cared for yourself and you made yourself well, you can share. What are other things, Sadiq? Share a little bit more about what you're involved with. You were sharing, but some other things that you feel like we can do to help Italy.
Pardon, I would like to listen to your question again. Sorry.
Just
break up.
are some things because the world has seen Italy take such a huge impact. Can you share with us a little bit of more about what we could do to help as a community, a global community?
Yeah, as of now, what I think there is a crisis all over the world. So anybody who is a citizen of this country where he's living, first is he will think to support that country's economic by being a part of that, being a part of the spending culture of that country. So in the morning, I was reading a document somewhere in a website. To help your nation is the best to start spending on the domestically manufactured goods. Sitting here in India, you cannot help out the whole world, but at least you can help out your country with your citizen of. So buying local made manufactured products, let's say garments or maybe the cars or anything accessories or something which are made in the country by the Indian manufacturers. So if I buy those, there's a direct benefit goes to the domestic manufacturers, and it helps a lot to grow up the economy of the country I'm living in. So this is how every citizen of the world should think, and they should start buying the product made in that country first, so that will give an immediate boost to the country's economy instead of exporting and importing, which will again going to take another 2 3 months because people are not going to travel, people are not going to, they are not sure about where they are landing up after all this. The this lockdown is open because they have to go back to the office, they have to understand the office, where are the clients, how they're doing, what is the market reacting to their business, their products, everything. So, but anyway, I think the first step, what I think personally, is that you should buy your country's produced goods. So that will give an immediate boost to the economy of your country, I think.
Sounds good. So, Anka, you got any questions for our new guest?
So I would like to also know from Sandeep Jain that how he's following the quarantine situation and how is everyone in family and how is everyone doing since 3 weeks.
Initially, first 2 days it was very confusing that what you have to do, what not, how to pass out the time, and it was because you are completely coming from a different world to a different world where you are spending your 10 to 12 hours in the office, and all of a sudden, the same you have to spend 24 hours at the home. So you're not used to it, first thing. And then, anyway, slow and steady after the 3 days, we just made a schedule, timetable. Everybody has made their own timetables, like how you have to spend your time in the day and doing something productive and involve yourself into some sports finish off something which is pending for years and years, and you are not able to give time to those things. Maybe it is a hobby, or maybe it is a, for example, maybe if I have to take a backup of my phone, which was pending since last 6 months. So this is the time I'm finding out to at least
Yes,
take my
yes,
backup of my laptop, my phones, all my other things, and giving more time to the hobbies which has been pending for so long, like doing some artwork or maybe playing some music instrument, and obviously giving a lot of time to the kids. So now kids are also wondering, they have started wondering that why my father is not going to office. So, but anyways, so this is how we are
And,
just trying to
and
pass the
Sandeep,
time.
a lot of our audience would like to know that how the fashion industry or innovation will change after the COVID situation. Are we seeing some new, hygiene clothes coming up? Because we have seen something in Taiwan as well. They are started wearing some hygiene stuff, and that is what the way forward now, because everyone is suffering, and then we have to look out for new innovations in especially in the garment technology.
No, as far as India is concerned, I think the basic people use it as a basic utility, like wearing, having food, and the housing. These three are the essentials, and this is how people in the country takes it. So any innovation is not immediately accepted in the country, and plus it only gets accepted once it is being used in the Western countries, and when there's a branding of this that yes, using this thing is give you that benefit, then slow and steady. Because anything new makes the product very expensive, you know.
Okay.
So it takes time. It takes time, but I think as far as other hygiene products, I think people will definitely start using sanitizer a lot. They will always have a bottle on their office table or maybe at home, and they would like to use all these things. Maybe the mask also they will like to use, and the sanitizers, and they will keep themselves away from the crowds, at least especially for the next 5 6 months. So people will be more concerned towards the health, how much they were not aware earlier. Now they will be more, because India is a big populated country. So they will be more concerned of hygiene in the future. I
And
would
also,
also like to ask somebody, like, what is the, yeah,
yeah,
sorry.
and also, last week we have Reena Thaka. She was on our show basically, and we were
Yeah,
discussing
yeah,
about virtual fashion show, and
yeah,
we are looking for people like you to help us and cooperate us to do that show for all our viewers across the world. So
right.
can we work on something where we can show fashion in different ways or discuss about the technology and after effects through a virtual show? Is it possible?
I'm not
So
sure, but if Reena ji is having some ideas about this, we can work together. That's not a problem.
Well, the thing is, we want to do it via cyber, right? So we want to do it virtual reality. Maybe I can get some VR friends involved to help, or AR, but virtual reality fashion shows, so that we're not in a big area where, with a runway, and people are all over each other. Because I've been to several fashion shows in my lifetime, and it can be very crowded, right? Even behind the scenes. But this way, we can distribute fashion to people, and they can, while we're during this quarantine, show the fashion, via home. And she thought it was a great idea. I said, well, we're going to have to pull together some resources. It's not going to happen overnight, but if we can find the right people to join us, this would be a lot of fun. And we could do it as an auction, or people could pick their favorite fashion, so that the fashion industry knows what's going to be, people are going to like coming up. But I think it would be something unique, very unique and different.
And
And
also, I
Uh,
would like to mention to all our viewers that Sandeep is also working on a global custom tailoring kind of a situation where they can, people can share their shirt sizes or trouser sizes, and we can supply from India. So,
My one
you
question
want to
was
say
Sandeep.
something about that?
My one question was Sandeep.
yeah,
Just we are
please
talking
tell.
just about the hygiene clothes. So how you just think as exporter and garment manufacturer, how the housing cloth, hygiene clothes just made by actually before that, I think, as I know, as whatever information I have, every clothes when you just going to the garment factory, the just tested by the all type of hygienic test. Am I
Right.
right? Am I right? So
Right.
in present circumstances, how you just new add in that the hygiene quality and just to export to the different market. Anything
I
to
think
add the new one?
I would elaborate, Rakesh ji. What we are trying to say is that when we start procuring for the clothes will go in different stages of the
Yeah,
cycle.
yeah,
The time it
yeah,
reaches to the audience. So
yeah.
can we label something that it has we have used it for 4 times, 5 times, or maybe we
No,
can
no, no.
tag
In present, no, no, no. My question is, Ankit, in the present COVID, after the COVID situations and circumstances, how will we add the new factors to the more hygiene in the clothes
okay.
and the export market? Anything to
Uh,
add?
Sandeep ji must be
It will take some time. Actually, it is going to take
Yeah,
some
yeah,
time because
yeah,
first thing is see the basic hygiene. It is being maintained in all the factories in
yeah.
the
You're
country,
right.
all the good manufacturing plants. I would not say all, but the good
Mm.
manufacturing plants where all these brands like Tommy Hilfiger and let's say Amber Combi Fresh and all these are manufactured in the country. So all these factories are maintaining their basic requirements, which are compliances, which we say is compliances. So that have all the basic hygiene and all the basic standards required for manufacturing garments for those brands. Now, as
Yeah.
far as hygiene you're asking me, so I'm just confused that you're asking me about the hygiene to be maintained during this
No, no.
or
Actually,
after this
my
lockdown.
simple question, no, my simple question is,
Yeah.
after this situation, do you think you exporter or garment manufacturers going to add the new factors for the proper hygiene? My question is different one. Already you have been maintaining hygiene manufacturing the clothes. So in the
The
new
voice
in,
stopped.
new situations, you people, just garment manufacturers, going to new factors. Any new factors you're going to add?
Are you going to?
Definitely, but
Yes.
Yeah,
Could you
yeah.
hear that? Oh, kids.
just a second. Just say hi
Oh,
and I shall go.
hi,
Hi.
Scarlett,
Hi.
Bye.
Look at the
Come.
the great
children.
ambassador, the great ambassador.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I think it will take some time to
yeah,
understand like what kind of hygiene will be required by the world after this and by the maybe at the manufacturing facilities, at the customer end, at the store point, at the sale point, at the distributor level, everywhere. So once there is some understanding on this, then definitely there will be some black and white into this, and then all the factories, retail stores, and everybody will try to match it. So I
yeah,
don't think it's a big deal, but the only thing is the understanding should be very clear.
yeah.
What has
In
to be done,
newspaper,
how it has to be done.
in newspaper industries, they are going to adopt the hygiene. I have seen the
Right.
when the newspaper is going to print, they are going to the print the just whatever chemicals there just for if you take the papers that should be hygiene newspapers. They have recently
Okay.
the different newspaper have been adopted this process, the system. That's why I asked you.
Okay. Okay.
The way I see it,
We'll just have to sit on this.
Yeah,
because I've worked in food industry, you have
yeah,
halal certification
yeah,
and what's the other one? Kosher. So
yeah.
along with those standardization comes if we're going to bring this in enact, it's going to be like a top down as in the manufacturers themselves need to come in and start the certification. Um,
Okay.
but you need to have a strong case working for that. You just implement the cost of doing the sanitization incorporating clothes is going to be high.
Welcome,
Um,
Willie, from down under. Good morning, early morning to you. We missed you so much yesterday. Share with us what's going on in your world, please.
good. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. How are we?
We're doing
um, yeah, I'm just looking at the stats. We've kind of flatlined, not completely. It's just a start of the flat line. Like the numbers are coming. It's not flat, but it's coming into the flatline phase. It's the beginning, if you want to call it, of a flatline phase. But then, having said that, we don't have the tests to back that those figures up. Okay, we just can't have. These are the numbers of confirmed ones, and we need to test more rapidly across the numbers.
What do you mean by test? Are you mean that there's not enough test kits to test the
Um,
or just
I'm
data
looking at
right
this,
now? We don't have enough data.
enough data.
Okay.
Enough data, and I don't necessarily mean that we need to have a test site at every corner, but every individual need to be tested at least once or twice.
I'll go for a
Then
test site on every corner.
yeah, then we can have the database, because otherwise we're just spinning wheels.
So I've seen many rumors out there, about, chipping people or somehow putting it in their cell phone because, we can't live without this. I think this is embedded on some people's bodies, actually. But they're going to try to go to some means to understand. Rakesh knows what I'm talking about. I think that we're going to go to some means of monetizing testing people continuously, like Nick has kept saying we need to become COVID-19 certified.
Absolutely.
How often do we do this test until we feel comfortable that we have controlled the contamination rate? Because that's the big key right now, is controlling that contamination rate. We don't need to be hoarding immunity right now or hurting immunity, because I think that would be very dangerous, because we still do not understand how to treat COVID-19. You don't do herd immunizations like we did with chicken pox until you understand how to treat it. Everyone says, "Oh, we need to be herding." Slow down, people. Slow down. We don't understand this disease yet, or this virus. We still don't understand the contamination rate. We do not have that under control. So we need to just take a deep breath that things are slowing down. In the U.S., we're still seeing it climb in some areas. And the reason is we know those test results were 10 days late. So just because you stayed home for a week or maybe two doesn't mean that it's going to drop. It's still going to go up. We're still going to see a climb. Australia understands this, and that's why you're seeing a flat line right now in Australia, because you guys kind of contained everything a few weeks before us. Almost, I think I would say 2 to 3 weeks before the U.S., right?
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Like 2 weeks, yeah, about 2 weeks. Yeah. So now we're just doing essential travel. I mean,
exactly.
A young learner driver and her mom went driving, and they got slapped with a ticket, 1,500.
I know the roads aren't crazy right now, but people don't take that chance. Just stay home. Pretend like it's a zombie movie, and if you go out, you're going to get the zombie eating you or the disease eating you. We've had enough of these movies in our lifetime. Unfortunately, in real life, we don't get that warning music. But stay home. Relearn yourselves. I know it's driving some parents crazy. Like, what do I do? But enjoy that moment, because all too often, every day while we were driving to work, we were probably saying, dear God, I wish I could stay home today and spend more time with my kids, paint that room, finish the gardening, whatever, take the trash out. Some days I don't even have time to take the trash out. So God answered our prayer in the most awkward way, probably. But, and unfortunately, many lives have been taken from us. But let's heed this opportunity. Let's take it and embrace it to be home. I was watching someone post, I can't believe people are buying paint. Well, buy it smart. Don't go in a crowd and buy paint. But he wanted to paint his house. He said, I've always wanted to paint my house. Go get the paint or figure out how to get it and paint your house. Use this time to spring clean. Clean out that closet, make a new room that you've wanted, plant a garden. This is what I'm telling people: plant a garden, because you might not have enough money after this to buy your food. But and you might not have a green thumb, but you might be able to plant some things. Even just plant marigolds. They keep bugs away from your porch. Um, there are all kinds of things you could do right now. I've been planting seeds a lot lately, trying to have an early garden. So I turned one of my bathrooms into a greenhouse, and we've been planting seeds. Tomatoes, peppers, cucumbers, squash. But this is a time to do things that you always said you wanted to do. I really don't have time to do all of those things because I'm doing this show 4 hours, 5 hours a day. But Willie, what else? What else is going on in your neck of the woods?
We've had a stimulus package that targeted the childcare.
Oh wow!
So now you get free childcare. So previously, the cost of childcare was out of 100%, you paid 60, and the government paid 40%. So now that you've got free,
that's not
you
bad.
don't have to pay anything, and the government's funding the 40%.
So who's using childcare right now, and is that safe? I mean, that was a question. I was going to contact a friend of mine that owns a childcare facility. What is happening in childcare?
Yep, they're still happening because there's still some people that do essential service, and their children
need to be looked after.
Yes, need to be looked after.
Yeah, I was thinking the other day, the nurses and the doctors,
yep.
lab technicians, they're still going to work. How do we get that? I mean, we're supposed to be. I mean, I'm sure the government figured that out, but I am curious how that works.
And the irony of it is my wife works in childcare, so she's looking at it and she said, go figure, how does this work?
Yeah, there you go. I mean, we need to talk to your wife. And
they put in the money, but then everybody in the childcare industry goes down in pay. So one is the childcare subsidy, the other one is the government pays for everybody $1,500 a fortnight across the board, irrespective of what you did. So in the childcare industry, some people got a pay rise.
Yeah,
because they were getting less than the $1,500 a fortnight.
Something I found quite interesting is that you've received more than one stimulus. We haven't even received our first, right? Yeah. They wrote it. It's a bill, 890 pages, but we haven't received our first. But you've received several, and this is how you feel comfortable staying home. Again, you've experienced the same thing we have and India have. Some people have not listened very well, but there's been strict fines in your country for that.
Yep.
So, now you're seeing that flat line from those extreme steps and measures, right?
Yeah. I would say they're the beginning of the flat line, not the sort of mid-stage or anything. It's the beginning, Yep. Starting to that.
Okay, almost a nail, not quite.
So some people at work got a pay rise because of the $1,500 a fortnight stimulus. But then situations like my wife, where she runs the center, she gets a pay cut because of that. And
so how do we fix that? Because some people are getting a pay cut that can't afford a pay cut. I tell people, just because you think someone is a millionaire doesn't mean that they don't have all of their money allocated and spent every month. So just because they might generate $1 million a year, or a business, doesn't mean that they have all that $1 million cash set aside. People spend their money for several reasons. One, it's healthy for your community that you're spending money. It's healthy for the circulation of money. So some people don't hoard their money. They spend it to the max. So you could have a millionaire that lives paycheck by paycheck. I've heard of it, actually. I've known a few. So how do we subsidize that? Because in our country, if you make more than 100,000 a year, you're not getting the stimulus package. I'm like, whoa, ouch.
Yep.
But you're not generating any money either. So how is that helping?
I have no idea how this guys
I mean,
work
like
their
you
nuts.
said, your wife just took a pay cut, and how does that help, right? How does that help any of us?
So the two options available to them were stay at home, self-isolate, and still get the 1,500 a fortnight, or come to work and make the contact with all these other people, increasing your possibility of getting the COVID-19, and also for 1,500 for fortnight.
Nice.
Okay. Kind of like, do I want to get my head cut off for 1,040, or do I want to stay home for 1,040?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, I hate saying it, but it's almost like
But India's situation is different. In India, is not like that. Australia is a good one. Australia is a good one.
That is true. We also have our guest Scarlett, our scientist from Miami. Welcome, Scarlett. Thank you so much.
Welcome, Miss Scarlett. Welcome. So nice feedback. Just you said the global hackathon.
That's right. How are things in Miami, Scarlett?
Sunny and beautiful. So I am going.
You're just luring me in, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It is perfect ocean weather. But I'm definitely enjoying from afar. Definitely what's happening here in Miami, as you know, we're actually reaching our peak in terms of the bell curve. So, what they're trying to do, they just recently started to install new hospital beds very near from here, actually, to compensate what the foreseeable we see saturation of the healthcare system. But what's interesting, even though we have hospital beds, there's still not enough here, meaning there's not enough masks, there's not enough respirators. So, it's still remaining. Thankfully, looks like people have been very diligent in staying in. So the amount of people getting sick here has stabilized as opposed to these sharp peaks that we're having. But I wanted to talk to you today about a little bit what's happening in terms of the technology to help combat a lot of the stuff that's coming out. We were earlier. You were discussing about how health practitioner can help crowdsource the information to get more accurate data. So I had did some a little bit due diligence and research about what kind of technologies are out there to help and mitigate some of the situation. For instance, there is something called the Pan-European Privacy Preservation Proxy Tracy, or what they call PT. Basically, it's a collective research organization that is using an app in order to better detect the onset of COVID-19. So this is an app that the EPFL, who are supporting these research under the Swiss National Science Foundation. So the idea is that, like you mentioned before, everybody has an app. So with this app, we can able to self-diagnose whether if your family member are showing certain symptoms, and then you can actually put it in. Correct. And for that reason, we could have a better idea whether if in fact, you might be, even without test kit, we could, based on the symptoms that we know for fact on an average, by putting the symptoms you may have, we could actually collectively get better data. Of course, it's not going to replace an actual test kit, but this is a very easy, fast solution to start implementing better data, because I do agree what was happening is that we don't have enough test strips, so we don't have an accurate data, we don't know who's sick. So based on this app, which is going to be dispensed globally, so anybody could use, every country is going to be different, then that's going to help alleviate the fact whether or not if a certain population has a certain amount of people diagnosed with these symptoms. Of course, it's just a rough estimate, but just to let you know, a little bit of the technology that's coming out. It's quite amazing because within the last month, there's been a lot of innovation based of creating 3D printing respirators, from 3D faceplate masks. So there's definitely a lot of innovation that's coming out from this pandemic. Also improving policy and data. Now that we are more aware of what's going on, Medco is trying to understand the pathology of the internal privacy. So hopefully that's going to help with a lot of the what scientists are going to be needed in order to create better health policy surrounding such as this. So in terms of getting like I mentioned before the other day, in terms of finding preventative and tracking conditions, so the water-based, using a water-based system that's with using fecal matter within in waste and water quality. That is actually one of the main key component right now that's easy implemented. This is something that there's been a lot of clinical trial in order to estimate using a box drop statistical analysis, and if we are how much of that population is expected to have the coronavirus based on the water quality. So there's definitely a lot of initiatives that are coming out. Remember, in order to beat this, we have to understand the actual data, how people are getting affected, and really asking around, like, how are we want to trace back, just like in forensic, how is this person got infected? So if a person gets admitted, who was their point of contact? Remember, the main issue with the COVID-19 is that you may go around for a week or two not showing any symptoms and be contagious. So that is the main issue with what's happening. In order to understand how this viruses are actually being transmitted, in order to really define what is the main transmission, like how long does it stay on a surface. What's interesting is that they're now finding out that the virus could stay on a surface for not just a couple hours, but almost 2 days. So keeping the surface area very clean, constantly wiping it off. That is one of the really basic paramount in order to maintain areas. Something that, what's interesting, one of the studies that I was reading is, believe it or not, newspapers and mail is actually one of the main transmitters. So they're asking now a lot of deliverers to be more mindful about how when you open your mail or newspaper, just to wear some gloves as well. So even stuff that we don't really think about that could be a transmitter of the virus is something that the scientists are taking aware and understanding how to mitigate a lot of the practices. Hopefully that would help in terms of technology. Definitely, I'll keep everybody more informed about different hackathons, different innovation, and different researchers that is coming from all this. At least here in Miami, thankfully, we're much better at staying in. I think a part of the frustration, like Kim mentioned before, is that those who lost their jobs we don't have any wages to compensate, meaning the governor here is asking the landlord not to charge or cut the electric bill and the water bill, because there are a lot of people who are in the hospitality and tourism industry here in Miami, as you may or may not know, who did lost their jobs and haven't got anything compensated in the meantime. So to add that stress, we you know, a lot of the landlords are still charging rent and as well as the electric bill. So that's something that a lot of people are very upset. You know, I think the governor is doing the best they can right now to help support through the nonprofits and by offering food and other resources that may help. Thankfully, if you do own a small business, the Small Business Bureau has given out loans um, for owners to apply. So that's been a huge help if you are a small business owner. So right now we're working, helping it also support a lot of the immigrants who are non-document as well, that don't have a jobs and we're not getting compensation through this grant. So that's we're basically collectively working with nonprofits to help those immigrants who are in dire need of some sort of compensation during this transition. So there's definitely a lot going on, everything from tech to how you address immigrants, non-document immigrants, and as well as job losses that we're dealing here in South Florida. But the more optimistic is that it doesn't. It seems like we're improving much. So hopefully, if those patterns continue, we may show big results, and we will definitely get this through.
I think
Sasha.
Hello, Scarlett. I have a question for you. Today, in a news channel, I heard the story about a woman in New York who recovered from coronavirus. And she's now making a coalition of people who recovered, so they will make themselves available to the doctors and medical professionals, so they could extract the plasma and implement for other people who are struggling from it. But what I still don't understand is whether the people who recovered from coronavirus could get it back again later.
That's right.
If that's the case, then what's the use of their plasma?
I would tend to agree with that. You know, it's such an erratic virus. Every assumption that we've taken about pathogens in the past seem to have been upended by this virus. In fact, it's generated a new category of risk at the individual level for a person who's living a day-to-day life. He needs to provide for a risk of this nature, and at the governmental level, where governments, they're spending money like they're printing it. And who knows what will happen to the value of money at the end of all of this. So it's a completely new category of risk. And both at the individual and at the collective level, we are woefully unprepared. Hopefully, this will teach us to plan accordingly. It's just in my own personal case, it's just coincidental that I'm coming to the end of my mortgage, but I shudder to think what it would be had I been just halfway through or something, or at the beginning of my mortgage, like a lot of young people are. And I think for all of us, the learning is that we need to plan for this kind of thing as we go beyond a certain level of population, because a lot of this has got to do with varied lifestyles. Now, a lifestyle in one part of the globe has just hit the whole globe. You know, it's something which is quite astonishing, and I see the note about the tiger in the Bronx Zoo. Now, that's another thing. You know, the zoonotic transfers here are just in any direction, absolutely Brownian. they go in any direction. So all of this adds to risk. And in terms of, it hits us all over the world. So we need to plan for this.
Namaste, I have to go. Namaste to all.
Okay. Namaste.
Namaste.
Okay, there's that uncomfortable
There we
silence.
go. Okay, sorry, Charlotte. Before you leave, because I know that you have to go. When you're talking about the tiger at the zoo, can you elaborate a little bit more? Do you have any more information on this?
So this is very interesting. Apparently, the caretaker of this tiger had transmitted the COVID-19. So when people think that this virus cannot be transmitted from animals to humans, and this is a very interesting case because in this case it was a human who transmitted to an animal, and there has been other research of in China of a human transmitting to their pet dog that also have been afflicted by the COVID-19. So there's a misconception that this type of virus is not mutating and it can't not transmit to animals to human. It could go both ways. So definitely, in this case, the the tiger that got in a Bronx Zoo showed the same symptoms as the coronavirus, and when they actually examined the tiger, it turned out that that tiger was in fact indeed tested positive on the COVID-19. So again, there's a lot that we don't know, and because it's still too early to understand how this virus is being transmitted. But it definitely seems like it can mutate and it can jump to other animals as well. So
they truly believe that it came from the human caretaker, and so transmitting from human to animal, now back animal to human. How can we? I mean, this is insane. I'm sorry, my mind just like, whoop, how do we bubble this, right?
I remember when I was in
Has
Rwanda.
cats and tigers are big cats to me, right? So how do we and I say half the world are cats. I really believe cats can take over the world.
So this is very important because, as you know, tigers do not share a lot of our gene. It's most likely that an ape or a monkey will be able to transmit a virus because they're more genetically close to us. But now this is where scientists are trying to understand how is this even possible? Because a tiger obviously it has very few relationship between a human and a tiger. So, and typically the way viruses work is they will mutate to something more or less related to. But in this case, it went to a feline, which is where scientists are still scratching their head as to, how is this mutation happened so quickly? So there's definitely a lot unknowns at this point. I don't want to mention any speculation, but it's definitely something that there's a lot of white papers that are coming out from this.
Well, I can imagine.
Yeah, this is a very interesting phenomenon that's currently happened. So
I can't even
I would definitely
labs right now. They're probably freaking out. Like, how do we provide test kits for animals now, right?
Yep, absolutely. So just be mindful that with your pets, if they're coming in and out of the house, if just to wash your paws, just like you practice on humans, just because again there's still a lot of unknowns with this virus. So we want to make sure our fur babies are taken care of. Yeah. So
I think somebody wanted to call BS on the cat has 9 lives.
Yes.
So this brings in maybe a little bit of more of future practices. Having maybe a shower right at the door as you come in. You take off all your travel clothes for the day, and you rinse off, and now your pet rinses off, and you put on your house clothes. So that in your own environment, you do not contaminate your own environment. I mean, are we heading to that?
Well, simple practice. Don't take off your shoes, leave it in front of the door.
Right. I mean, the Japanese have done that for centuries. And it was a practice I was in while I worked with the Japanese. I don't know why I left that practice over the years, because we learned that the most of the germs are brought in on our shoes, right? But that was one of them. Constant washing of the hands when we enter the home. It was almost like a religion, that you do that. My entry has the wash machine. One of them, my back entry where the car is. So as we came home, we would take off our coats and clothes that we would wash for the day. It wasn't because I feared viruses. It was just a common practice, right? But even that, I kind of left at the door. Now I use it more for gardening. I come through there and I dump all my garden clothes and change for the day. But I mean, we're coming to that point in life of either we build an immune system against this, correct, Scarlett? That we end up building an immune system for this, or
it's our new reality. I think after this, practices of hygiene is going to be paramount. Is starting this year, moving forward, which is something that we should have been doing anyways. Because most of these pandemic happened because of lack of hygiene to begin with. So they're definitely going to be more approach to better control future pandemics and so forth. So hopefully that would help. And just be mindful that this is now that this is I'll just as the technology improve, and that is expected, and that this is not going to go away, because even if you recover from the virus, as you know, the virus is still in you, and you still can be contagious, but it's just it will become just like the influenza, in a sense that that we're going to see several different variation of this type of virus, and it's just going to be part of our daily life, just how the flu is at the moment. But I don't want to compare the flu with the corona family, because they're very, very different viruses.
And we have that video. We're going to be putting it permanently on IBM TV site, just so that people can easily click to it and go watch the video. We also have a video that shows the like a horse race to me, but it shows the graph growing of how different countries have been containing this. And you can see some countries, it's getting lower and lower. And the U.S. is, we don't want to be ahead. So I keep telling people, we don't want to be ahead of that race.
Right. We don't want to win that race.
Because the traffic slowed down to Miami. I think the world was watching you guys with big eyes like, oh my gosh, look at the traffic going to Miami from New York. Has that slowed down?
So a lot of people don't know, but a lot of those planes that you see are actually empty. The airlines actually use them because if they don't take off and land, they lose their spots. So even if they're not carrying any passengers, they still have to do those flights in order to maintain those spots. In terms of bringing in tourism, now the governor here in the state of Florida have implementing border checks. And they're looking at license plates coming from people from north, particularly from New York, Philadelphia, and in the Columbus area, to see if they're coming here to test them. So they're not testing everybody, but definitely filtering out who's coming from up north to help mitigate. But
that was huge. I mean, people were flocking down to New York, and it was insane. to see that happen. The highways were blocking. The airway, I was wondering about the airways, and I'm glad you brought that up. One of the things the airlines can do right now is utilize their planes to carry resources to and from the cities and countries that need them right now. So years ago, I used to buy airplane seats to ship our product for just literally buy them so that we could get them there faster. So the airlines could be utilizing themselves right now to transfer medical supplies and resources, products that people need, right?
Absolutely, and they have been doing that. Matter of fact,
good.
So they that's one way of how globally this is bringing everybody together and unifying. Basically, exchange on resources. We saw this with more important, like and doctors volunteering their times in other areas that are more afflicted. But I think the issue here is the lack of resources. Right now, a lot of the enterprises are allocating what they normally do. For instance, Corona, as in the beer, actually stopped producing beer and started to produce hand sanitizer.
Wow.
So they are actually taking that initiative and to help out the general public by manufacturing healthcare systems.
So you just started to run on Corona beer because everybody's going to go, oh my God, there's not going to be enough in a couple of months, and everybody's going to be stocking up on Corona.
Pretty much, there has been a beer run happening.
Oh
no! Yeah. The price of alcohol just went up 40%, which is very interesting. Yes, we definitely like alcohol here, so hopefully. But our morale is very happy. I think it's really have unified, and that's what I love about it. We saw the 9 minutes of silence that actually happened in Brazil. Brazil had their moments of silence as well. So there's been a unification of recognition, of unification, of uniting everything, because we're all in this together. There's no borders.
Right.
There is no borders.
We need to get the whole world to do it at the same time on one day. We need to figure out a time that the whole world, because India was doing it, Brazil's doing it. We've seen Italy do something similar. Wouldn't it be cool if the exact same time we all joined together? But what I love about it is that there's no religion or culture impact, right? We're all in this together. We all say a prayer together now. It's just uniting in such a fabulous way. I know you're happy that the carbon footprint's being erased, right?
Oh my gosh, yes! I can't tell you how.
This is your passion.
Yes, when I learn a lot of stuff that I do involves with the environment, and what I mean about that is everything how to reduce your carbon footprint, meaning the CO2 within the atmosphere. And ample data has been showing how areas that normally have high CO2 has dropped dramatically. And now we can actually prove that if we do slight changes in our environment, it goes a long way. So definitely investing in our environment. Now we have ample data. It's like the world's biggest experiment in terms of environment. It is. I'm actually, in that sense, I'm very excited because hopefully we can show a proof that there is anthropogenic effect on towards releasing so much CO2. Right. Absolutely.
I mean, everybody talks about how clean their air is. Wouldn't it be great if, now that we know this, right? Now that we have this knowledge, that once a year, the whole world, we all go on mandated worldwide 1 week shutdown. Just one. Because I heard from India the impact it made in 1 week.
Yep.
And
that's just 1 week.
No, that was just 1 week.
Yeah,
but we can't ask the whole world to shut down for 21 days every year. That would be ridiculous. But if we chose as a unity 1 week for the whole world, can you imagine how clean it would be? Ankit.
So Kim, like we are celebrating a lot of international days. So today's I think World Health Day,
It is.
and I think
Actually, it is World
and we all should pledge. And I think what we can do is we can celebrate an international week for our environment as well, because we are not doing anything. We are just talking around the world that we have to do this, we have to do that, but we are not doing anything. So if we close down and let environment live for that week, I think we will be in good hands. I think, and we will stay live longer. And I think everything, because environment is cleaning themselves on their own. I mean, they don't need our artificial uh, innovation things to clean the environment. They know how to clean themselves.
I mean, I would give up my week of Christmas for a week of shutdown global. I really would. I mean, to me, Christmas is, we do join as family, or Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving would be hard for me to give up all that family and food, but but even the week of Thanksgiving, right? But it doesn't matter. I would give up one of my holiday weeks for a global holiday.
Actually, there already is. It's called Earth Day.
That's July, right?
No, it's April.
I think no one around the world are doing the bit on the Earth Day, and it's just that you have to switch off your lights. And I mean, people are not following it the way it should be. But if we do it, if we do it in a weekly manner, I think it will give more sense. What do you think?
I agree. I agree.
So this is actually it's really implied. It's always been volunteer. I think most people were never aware of this, but Earth Day is actually precisely for that. We actually have April's Earth Month, and there has been a week. I was very much involved in EarthX Films. They're the largest sustainability in the world. It happens in Texas, and to address about climate change, climate impact, overpopulation. Because these are the issues the science has been talking for a long time. The problem we have is there's always been a debate with terms of climate change. Is that something that will naturally occur? But there's undisputable evidence that it is in fact anthropogenic. We see now how the effect of just reducing your carbon footprints in China has dramatically decreased the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere. I think if we start understanding how what a delicate balanced Earth really is, we can actually do those preventive measures. I mean, last year we were just talking about the forest fire, how Amazon was burning, and now Australia. These are warning signs. This is not an imagination, and unfortunately, it's an issue of overpopulation and not taking being good stewards and really taking care of the environment. We're afraid of a pandemic, but these are all preventive. If we are taking care of the water quality, we're not over polluting, we're not throwing trash. Plastics are being found every part in the world, including the most deepest part of the ocean. And humans put that there. It's not something that the earth produced one day and then started. I think that's something that we really have to think about. Who's really causing a lot of the issue, and look within ourselves to be stewardess of taking the call for action, taking the initiative, and actually be able to deal with the global climate. So I do encourage you, check out Earth Day. This is global. It's not just here in the United States. It's something that's practiced all over the world. And talk about how can you be part of the call for action and really mitigating the amount of impact, because we're addressing more and more about overpopulation. This is definitely a global issue. That we have to address, and we're talking about too much CO2 in the atmosphere. What is the greenhouse effect happens? What is that? Most people are not aware of it. Why are the polar ice melting? If you start questioning, and how does that correlate to more bacteria and virus? So these are I mean, I'm a scientist, and I see that I read data all the time, and I'm looking at the data. We should be very concerned of the fact that the South and the North Pole are melting. I mean, that's going to cause sea level rise, which is the huge displacement of all the coastal in the world. Again, that's another global issue that is not in the far-seen future. It's actually happening right now. So, of course, I'm in Florida, which is ground zero for sea level rise. There's no sea level resiliency hasn't it's a little bit too late here. We're expecting displacement of a majority of population, but that is again, it's a ripple effect that's happening throughout the world, not just here in Florida. So we have to really think more globally and really addressing overpopulation, and how we're mitigating all this. So I'm gonna leave that topic out and I really appreciate taking the
Pick
time.
it back up. This is a topic to pick back up to celebrate Earth Day.
I would like to show one of the tracking items which Kim mentioned. So maybe you can wait for 2 minutes. So I'll just put it on the screen.
But Scarlett, I thank you so much for your time. If you can come and share, you share a calmness with us with these facts. That science is aware of them and we are working on it. That data is very important, but most important, we humans have to take ownership. And this is something Tommy Harris shared with us as well. We have to take ownership. Also, I hope the coral reef is healing. I want to get David on the show.
Yes. So you may not know, Dave Vaughn is a person who actually helped bring fragmenting of corals, who helped save over 70% of the coral reef. And be mindful, the corals are basically the forest of the ocean. Without them, basically the ocean would be dead and there would be no oxygen, because believe it or not, the ocean removes the amount of CO2 from the atmosphere. They absorb it. And if you think about how the scale of the ocean, 70% is water. That's 70% is ocean.
Right. I mean,
if the ocean were to die, we're in trouble. We're really in trouble. Forget about the pandemics.
Maybe this was God's way to reset us. And
I think it's a warning sign. I think God is definitely, blessing us to be more mindful, to unify everybody, and to be more stewardess to our environment. Because it's something that our children are inheriting. So hopefully we can be better stewards and really take our environment and be mindful of the plastic, the trash, the contamination that we're putting into the waters that we're drinking. So it's been a very fun experience. I've worked globally with the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, with the United Nations. So I've been very blessed to help connect people globally through the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. To help.
Really important.
Yes, definitely. So hopefully that would help, and thank you so much, and I really appreciate it. Hopefully
let's make some contracts happen. Let's connect the world. Thank you, Scarlett. I'm going to say let's do something really big on April 22nd together.
April 20th.
and bring David Vaughn on so that we could talk about how we're saving the oxygen of the world as well.
Yes, very important.
That's our ventilator, folks. That's our ventilator.
That's our lungs. Let's put it that way. That is definitely our lungs. And it's ironic because I feel as though the Earth it's dealing with its own coronavirus issue, because the lungs are hurting.
Yeah, the lungs were suffocating. I was so worried after meeting Dr. Vaughn and learning about all of this. I'm like, oh my gosh! But now look, the Earth is resetting.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very robust. It's interesting how it's all correlated. We're dealing with the virus that deal with the lungs, and the Earth is dealing with with contamination. Also dealing with the lungs.
The Earth's lungs are dying.
Yes. So you have to start thinking. Correlation is not causation, but as we need our lungs, the Earth needs their lungs, and we are dependent on the Earth. So
I know.
It's almost ironic in my perspective.
We need to rebuild the immunity.
Absolutely. Plant more trees, help the coral reef, mitigate the amount of CO2. So we can go back to a more healthier ecosystem.
Speaking of planting trees, I spoke with Roger the other day. So
yes, definitely.
But yeah, we need to connect. Yes, Sasha.
Scarlett, a very quick question to you as a scientist. I would like to have your comments whether you believe that in December and January, as a result of people are staying together, there will be a lot of newborn babies. On the other hand, there will be a lot of divorces.
Yeah, we're actually going to be entering another era of baby boomers.
Yeah, boomers.
Yes, the coronavirus boomers.
Yeah.
Again, dealing with overpopulation, but no, this time around, thankfully, with a lot more protection. Let's be mindful of that. And if you want to deal with overpopulation, you should make sure that you have access to parenthood planning. And if those resources are provided, please reach out to somebody who may offer you those resources. And
Absolutely.
we really want to help reduce the amount of population that's putting a lot of stress in our environment. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you, Sasha. Do you know Dr. Sagu? Dr. Sagu, thank you, Sasha, for asking. Scarlett, do you know Dr. Sagu?
Yes, we do.
Dr. Sagu, Scarlett.
Yes.
So you very, very informative people in the world of medical and science. So greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Scarlett.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Bye.
Scarlett. Thank you.
Love you.
Thanks, Karen.
Dr. Sagu, welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And I would like to welcome Dr. Sadhu. He's not well, but he still took some time out and joined us on IBM TV. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you, Ankit.
So how are things in your part of the world today, Dr. Sagu?
Yeah, we are playing on the same pace, Kim. Everything is the same, but yes, we are hoping for things to be on the better side. That the equipment wise, we are getting some equipment, and in the near future, I think from 11th April, we are getting it from other part of the world, also from Singapore and then from China. Some equipment we are importing, and some development is going on to manufacture, produce the equipment in India, or produce some vaccines or some other medication. Till that time, let's be in lockdown situation, in isolation. Yeah.
So you brought us some good, wise information. Thank you.
So there is one question to you, Kim. I have
Yes.
heard about some tigers. They are found positive for the COVID-19 in New York City, and at the University of Illinois. The researchers, they researched on the culture of that, and they found the virus is 99.6% is the same as it's a human virus. So it may be it would increase the worry that now, because the zoonotic virus came from the animals and now going back to the animals. Some other part of the world, I think some 2 or 3 dogs were found positive in Hong Kong. In domestic cats also was found positive in China. So when now the animals are getting same like of symptoms. I mean, the name of that tiger is Nadia. I think she's from New York, 4-year-old tiger. Her sister and brother, 3 tigers and 3 lions. They were showing the same type of symptoms like a dry cough. Their appetite is low, and thankfully they are recovering now and they are getting better, as the reports we got from the New York.
So, as Scarlett was a scientist, and I always confirm with her when I hear news like that because she is connected to that world. And her efforts are also trying to save the world. You bring up a good point. It's kind of scary now that we know that it goes from animal to human and back from human to animal. I don't know where anyone would have ever come up with the idea that a virus would not retransmit back. So I think it's shocking, but I think in most cases, animals have a better immune system than us. And I will guarantee you, those animals get fed better than anyone in the world. Those animals have a great diet. So
Yeah, they have a better immune system, but if their spread from the animal starts from the human beings, I don't think that that type of isolation we could have in not the pet animals. We can say the stray animal, because in India, I don't know in US, but India we found lot of animals, they are roaming around on the roads. If those they got infected, then they can spread, and it would be extensive community spread that we cannot have any check on that. So that would be a scary for us people who have lot of animals on the roads.
so
Plus,
Doctor,
yeah.
go ahead.
but
That's
I mean, we are not able to do the test for all the, citizens of India. You know that, I mean, it's not possible. But when you talk about animals, I mean, if we don't test it, how would I get to know that they have some symptoms? Because we can't check each and every pet or animal roaming around.
Yeah, so the same kit is not for the animals. Animals are
Yeah.
being tested by the veterinary labs, and the veterinary lab in Illinois, they tested for one tiger, because taking a sample is a big problem in the animals, because
Yeah.
for taking the throat swab or nasal swab or the tracheal washing which has been taken from Nadia, so that can only be possible under general anesthesia. So we have to give the anesthesia to the animal, and after anesthesia we can take the sample. So it won't be possible us to take the sample from all the animals, and how we are going to isolate all those animals. I cannot see anything. It's a darkness for me.
so it's because you are a country where animals are more open in the public, and everything. Maybe this might be something that your government take into consideration, and corralling them until you contain this situation and we build an immunity system, because that's what we're going to have to do, is build an immunity system that can fight back the virus. This is something that you've actually been sharing with us, and we've heard from other doctors and scientists that we need to establish an immune system that can fight it. I think as creatures and nature and animals and of the earth, we will eventually establish an immune system to it. I think today we won't, but history and science has always taught us that we will or should overcome this if to survive. I think, unfortunately, the cockroach is the only thing that's immune to everything. But but I understand the concern, and it was very concerning to me when I first learned about the tiger. And then it did contaminate, it spread throughout the zoo. My concern also is this: could they have been catching it from the food they're eating? We also learned that there were labs that were testing the virus at a mutated level on chickens, right? And their purpose
Yeah,
was
that is why the structure is the 99.6% is the same as to human virus. So this is not this is a second mutation, but this is the
right,
same virus which is infecting the human being. So
right.
they must have infected from the workers working over there, or who were feeding them, or who were roaming around them, maybe. Yeah.
And my thing is why haven't we considered this as a possibility before we started sending workers in? Why haven't we practiced social distancing with the animals? But now we know that it is contagious in the feline part of the mammal area. What about other felines? And people are at home sick with COVID, and their cats are there. Again, that is a great concern because we have a high amount of cats here. Feline is one of the favorite pets in this world. And I don't want to say let's go out and kill all the cats. But how do we contain this at this moment? Because animals will spread it to children, right? We know this. Children are attracted to the animals. We know that it's 98, 99% of the same virus. We're going to have to start some practices. Scarlett shared with us, wash your pet feet more as you bring them back into the house. But it's not just their feet; it's their fur. It's their everything about them that can become contagious. Animals are friendly to other animals, so the contagious rate and spreading rate is very concerning. And I don't think people think, oh, a tiger got it, but their minds aren't thinking their cat can catch it. Birds, but birds can be a big spread of a virus, and this has concerned me because they were testing this virus on chickens for quite some time, in order to build, I guess, so they said, a vaccine for livestock, but which I'm like, why aren't we testing for a vaccine for humans? But I don't know, Dr. Sagu. This is concerning. Can you share? Maybe you might have some advice on this.
No, just regarding if you want to ask about the pets, yes, we should practice the good pet hygiene and all, and the rest, because we don't have enough data to comment upon. So I don't think we have other guidelines for that. So maybe the WHO has to give some guidelines. The WHO has to decide something about this for the birds and for the animals.
I mean, and then I think that's something that we just need to start getting into more practice. We were talking about even having a global week once a year of remembering this time, shutting down for a whole week to clean the air, to cleanse our carbon footprint. Even once a week, we've learned that 1 week we collected data that it's helped so much. So I'm hoping that moving forward, we will set in some policies. But I think my concern now is that if tigers could catch it, can pigs catch it? Can cows catch it? And if so, does that become contagious in our food? Right?
Yeah.
And that's something because we are meat eaters in this country, very big meat eaters. I don't know about Willie and Sasha, but I mean, our daily dose of meat is very high. Is this, I mean, if it's caught in an animal, it doesn't just go into their lungs, it goes into their bloodstream, their digestive systems, just like us. I'm sure that what do we do? I mean, how do we control this?
But for this virus, it is sure that this is not going to infect us through the digestive system. So the cells which this virus need to as a host cell to replicate or to proliferate the viruses, that is only the epithelial cells of your respiratory tract. So that is why the contaminated food is not going to infect you, which is the current guidelines. So only when this virus is going towards your respiratory tract, then only it is going to infect your epithelial cells. So I don't know whether infected food, if you eat and through the digestive system, you will get the virus. There is no enough data, there is no enough study on that, and the science has not directed us towards that.
I think that we need to start taking concern into this, that if animals are contagious, that maybe perhaps we need to test our livestock and test some of the animals on the that roam free. I know animals roam free in Miami a lot too. They have chickens and roosters roaming everywhere.
But the only good thing which make me happy that is we can do the test and investigation on these animals, because we don't require any type of the clinical trials before doing testing on the animals. We need a clinical trials before testing on the human beings. So that is why straightforward we can go for the test plus vaccine. For the vaccine also, the vaccine is ready, but we are waiting. There's a waiting period for vaccine to come into the market, is only the time consumed by the clinical trials. But those clinical trials are not required or needed for the animals. Directly we can inject the vaccine and we can see the effect. So that may be a good news so that on those animals, the scientists can give a trials and give a therapeutic dose to the animals. So that happened in the veterinary laboratory in Illinois. So they did a test, but they haven't given trial for these tests to any other animals. So they straightforward they did on that Nadia.
And Dr. Sabu, if people have pets at their home, so how they should quarantine or protect them from people, maybe inside the family and as well as outside? I mean, because you know that everyone is trying to isolate and there's a physical distance involved. So, what kind of precautions we need to carry while having the pets at home?
So number one, you should practice a very good pet hygiene guidelines. So the hygiene has to be maintained very nicely. Number two is you have to do a thorough hand washing. Maybe you can take shower after feeding, touching, playing with your pets. And also keep a distance from the pet if you have any type of symptoms. If you are coughing or sneezing, please keep yourself distant from your pet. So these three or four things, I think, they would help us to spread this virus from the human beings to the pets.
Okay. And do we have to, I mean, carry some kind of medications while we have pets at home at this point of time to, or sanitizers will work in that favor as well?
No, I don't think we should need a medicine. And let me tell you one thing: we are not at risk from the animals. The animals are at risk from us.
Okay.
So they,
Okay.
from the humans, the animals, they are more prone to have an infection as compared to the pets have as compared to the we are prone to get infection from the pets. So I think we should be keeping distance from the pets if we have any type of symptoms.
Okay. And sir, we are also hearing cases around the world that some disinfection cases are also coming up. So, do you have any thing to say on that?
Some disinfection regarding?
Infection. I mean, people are repeating their symptoms of COVID. It happens in US. There is a couple of stories.
That is the reinfection, the recurrence of the disease. Yes, we have seen. So that is why we always say the guidelines for the discharge of the patient from the hospital is at least you should have a two test negative before you will get discharged from the hospital. So once you are positive, you got your two test negative, you can be discharged from the hospital. And there are further guidelines that you should be under isolation, and if you have any type of symptoms you should immediately report to your medical services and always get investigation done, get your test done if you have symptoms again, because uh, only the immunity is the answer to the virus. If you have been to the hospital, the treatment is only your immunity. So you have fought yourself, your immune system has fought against the virus, it is not the medicine. So because if you are dehydrated in the hospital, you will be given the IV fluid. If you have a fever in the hospital, they will give you paracetamol. If you have a breathing problem, they will give you ventilatory support or something else. These are the symptomatic treatment which has been given by the hospital to the patient. But the real treatment which through which the patient has become negative is only the immune system. So because of the immunity, when the immunity goes up and you recovered from the corona, but now after coming to your home, maybe you are not following all those things, you are not taking good diet, you are not practice the activities to boost your immunity, and if your immunity also goes down again, so you can be again, you can have a COVID infection. So you have to take care. Once you have returned to your home, at least you practice good activity so that you can boost up your immunity. Plus you have to keep distance from the others. Plus if you have any type of symptoms, get your test done again.
Okay. And sir, also, I mean, viewers wants to know that when people or maybe doctors or medical practitioners or nurses, when they usually go to hospitals to treat the COVID patients on day-to-day basis, are they also undergoing the testing process every day, or they are doing it alternatively or based on the requirements? Because
No,
they
no,
can be
yeah.
they can get contaminated or they have symptoms at any point of time. So is there
Yes,
any protocol they are following?
there is not a protocol right now, but if they have a symptoms, they are being tested for the COVID-19. But there are the strict guidelines which has to be followed by each and every healthcare worker regarding PPE, how to wear the PPE, how to doff the PPE, and how to leave your hospital area, how to leave your screening area, and how to go to your isolation area after you are coming back from your hospital. So if you are following the guidelines, it's okay. If you have any type of symptoms, then only the test has been run for the page for the healthcare workers. That is scenario in India I'm talking about, because we don't have enough kits. Maybe that may be different in USA, but there is no guidelines has been issued by the WHO regarding the testing of the healthcare workers or frontliners.
Okay. And Dr. Sagu, also, because doctors are suffering from these kind of symptoms, and around the world there is a theory that they are the front liners in terms of saving the country and saving the world. And if they got suffered, so do we have a backup of doctors, maybe retired people or people who are still studying MBBS? Are they able to cover up those spaces?
Yes, I think in US also, the nursing which has not completed their courses, they are being called and they are being given the duties of the nursing staff. But in India, yes, we have ample of staff of the nursing and of the medical staff. So we have ample of the staff. Staff is not a problem. The problem is the equipment. Problem is the ventilators. Problem is the further medications and isolation centers. So I think the government is going to solve all these problems. We are getting enough PPEs now. We are getting enough equipments now, and I'm hoping for the enough kits to be imported to India so that we can run the test. The recommendation from WHO, I would like to comment upon that. The WHO has given the guidelines that at least you should be doing 15,000 tests for 1 lakh population, 15,000 tests for 100,000 population. And right now, we are not doing more than 100. We are under 100 for 100,000 patients. So, according to the guidelines, we are on the very lower side doing the testing for the COVID-19.
But sir, also, sometimes when you do the testing for a particular person, at that time you found negative, but maybe after a couple of days, that same person found positive. So, what should be the what's the timeline for the testing?
So right now the criteria is only the symptoms if you are not in the high risk area. But if you are in the high risk area, then everybody who is in contact of the COVID has to be undergo the testing. So right now we are doing only isolation. We are not testing all those people who are in contact, but it should be done. Initially in the mean incubation period, so your test may be negative, but once you have a symptoms, your test is going to be positive because at that time you are getting the antibodies done. But the test which is based on transcriptase PCR, so that will not be negative even in the mean incubation period. So if you are doing some test that is based on the PCR, even on the day 2 or day 3, that will be positive. So that is why the PCR is more reliable.
And also, sir, there are a couple of tests going around, like the rapid test kits and then the CBC, and then there are other further tests. So, what are the test timelines? How soon we'll get the reports through rapid tests and through other tests around the world going?
Yeah, rapid test is a quick test. It's a quick test, like a pregnancy test, because it detects antibodies. It detects the antibodies. So it will give you results within 5 minutes. But the test which is running on the basis of the PCR, that takes around 7 to 8 hours. But the MyLab, which they have made a new kit, so they are saying that they will be providing tests within 2.5 hours. But at least 2 to 7 hours is the time which is the time for the test to be positive or negative if it is on the PCR based. But if it is on rapid test, it will tell you quickly. That is just a color test.
So is rapid test is equivalent to what the MyLab and other companies are offering, or do we have different patterns in that as well?
No. Rapid test is antibodies based. It is antibodies based. It is not a PCR. So the rapid test is they do this test with the drop of the blood, but the PCR test they will take a swab from the throat. So the PCR or the MyLab based kits, they will detect the total number of the viruses which you have or not. So that is the viral load. Viral load can be detected only by the PCR based test, but by the quick test, you will come to know that the patient, whether he is having or not having the antibodies. So that may be positive when the patient is off the treatment. Even the patient has taken the treatment and come the negative. Negative only PCR based. The rapid test will not come negative anytime. Maybe after 2 months or 3 months also, the test would be positive. Rapid test would be positive, but the PCR would be negative.
Okay. So I mean, to go further long, basically, do we have to start with rapid test, and then if we have some symptoms positive, then we can go to the PCR or other further tests? Is it the protocol, or I mean?
Yeah, rapid test is only test for those people who are in community. You have a COVID positive patients and you have a symptoms. If you have a symptoms and the in the vicinity of the COVID positive patient, then you can run on mass gathering. You can run this rapid test so that quickly they will tell you whether the patient is positive or negative. So the negative value is not important. Negative value of the rapid test is not important, but the positive value is important. So that will tell you at least the patient has antibodies inside. If the patient has not taken the treatment yet, it means he's suffering from the COVID-19.
Okay. And sir, when you talk about the WHO that they wanted to conduct at least 10-15,000 tests per 100,000 people, and you said that in India it's going around 100 for 100,000 people. So those tests are rapid tests or those are PCR tests?
Any test. They have not specified the test, but they said that this during this pandemic, this much of the test has to be done for 100,000 population. So this is the basic criteria for testing by the WHO.
Okay. And
this is
yes, Kim, go ahead.
I'm just curious. WHO has mandated this.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Because we have.
So this is curious. I'm glad that we started to talk about the rapid test because we need to start doing something so that people can eventually go back to work. Nick called it COVID-19 certified. So how often do you think, Dr. Sagu, I'm glad you're here, how often do you think we're going to have to do this? Or did I miss that conversation?
Sorry, please repeat your question.
I don't know if I missed the conversation. Ankit, can you hear me? Have we talked about
so basically, Kim wants to know that how often we need to do the testing. That's what I've asked you earlier as well. That I mean, Dr. Sagu said that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So actually, if the criteria for the discharge from the hospital is at least you should be negative twice. Your 2 tests has to be negative. Then only you will be discharged from the hospital. And once you will be discharged from the hospital, then you have some guidelines to follow. You should be isolated at least. You should make a social distancing, and you should follow to boost up your immunity. Your immunity has to be on the higher side. If your immunity will go down, you can be victim of this COVID-19. So boost up your immunity, and if you have a symptom, then go for the test again. Then go for the test. You cannot sit and wait.
That's some good points there, is how often in the future we're going to have to be tested. I don't foresee this virus leaving us anytime soon. And I foresee us having to start some new practices. Are the test kits, are they coming available for free in India to the people, or is a medical care system paying for this? That's some questions that we're talking about here in the U.S. is we're not quite sure how any of this is going to get deployed.
So Kim, right now the government hospital has been authorized centers for the COVID-19, and all the tests they are being done at authorized COVID centers only, and all those centers they are the government run hospital only. But near future they are going to start. They have already been authorized some private labs also. And private lab, they are charging the patients. They charge around 4,500 Indian rupees. But now my lab has started manufacturing the kit. So if we use that kit, I think the per person the cost would be around 12 rupees, that is 15 cents.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That's affordable.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll pay for
That's
that. I'll buy a kid a week if I had
And Dr. Tagore, would you like to mention about what happened with in Rajasthan and in Delhi, that a lot of private hospitals are maybe volunteering or maybe adding their COVID patients on their own premises, and they're sharing the beds with the government, because there was a
Yes,
news
yes,
and they, yes,
yeah. Even the private hospital, they are offering their hospital beds, and so that we can save the government COVID centers for the patients who are sick, really sick. For the mild patients, I think they are offering some isolation centers, and that is good also. Even the Indian Army has made some isolation beds, and even the railway has also they converted their bogies into the isolation beds. So
yeah.
I think 50,000 beds they have already prepared for the isolation, and this is the time. This we bought a time, and during this time we can make all the preparations. At least we should plan according to if we can get around 10,000 patients per day. So on that scenario, I think they are working. Delhi government is also working. They are thinking that if we'll get 500 patients per day in Delhi, so then how we should be using our resources. So they are planning the resources like that only. And even the federal government has also instructed all the district level centers that they should at least plan crisis management at district level. So there is a cooperation between the federal and the province government is, right now, and I think they are preparing very well.
And Dr. Tagore, are you following the case of Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of United Kingdom, because he is, I think, shifted to ICU
Yes,
now, and
yeah, he was he got positive, and then he was in isolation after 4 days. He got some symptoms, and for that symptoms he was admitted in the hospital, and yesterday I think he got sick. Then he was
yeah,
shifted to the intensive care unit, and I don't think he is on ventilator support right now. He is in intensive
okay,
care unit but not on the ventilator. So
okay.
yes, that is a big scary for us, that the Prime Minister of Britain, like personality, is sick because of the COVID-19. So that is why I
And
say that is why I always say, I mean, the money is not going to save you.
yeah,
Your position is not going to save you. Your authorities are not going to save you. Your security is not going to save you. You will be saved only by isolation, because he's a prime minister. He has to meet all the people. So he is, I mean, have a deficiency of the isolation only. Other all things he have, but all the things will not work. The work only the isolation. Stay at home. Use your phone.
stay at home, use your phone. You know, Dr.
I think we can't. I think the currency can't save us, and we have to stay united. And this is for this is especially for Delhi.
And the currency not only will save us, currency can give you the COVID-19 as well.
That's right.
Yeah,
So this can be formite. This can be formite. Yeah.
Filthiest,
yeah.
This
dirtiest
can be very,
piece of item on your body. I'm going to tell you right now. Throw it away. Send it to Nick. Let Nick wash it. Doctor,
Kim, how about this? How about this thing?
there you go. I love it.
no,
Yeah,
I don't think we should do that also.
we
But
need
yes,
it.
this
We
is
need it for later.
but,
But no,
but this is not going to save you. Yeah,
you
yeah.
make a
This
good
for sure.
point that
Dr.
this
Sagu, do you have any news about Prince Charles as well? Because he was also
is
COVID
sick with
positive.
it.
He's negative now. I think Prince Charles is negative now.
I think
Also,
he's
it's negative.
better now. I think the word that we got from the Queen.
He
Uh,
came negative. He came negative.
Okay, okay.
but
Yes,
but it's
I
like
think
you
Lily has
say,
a
it's
question
not
for us.
prejudice. It's not prejudice. It's going to get you whether you're the king of the world. It can get you, and people need to
Yes.
take ownership and just stay. It doesn't matter who you are. You can get sick, and
I think our president should start wearing masks now.
and
Yeah.
you say this, but several.
I can't get it.
that happens. My
Can
apologies.
you hear me?
I
Yeah.
can hear you. I hope you can hear me. We had a reboot. But I noticed the CDC and the WHO, they were still having these board meetings together. And even I noticed people on TV, right? And I know I've worked in the studios. They're big. But they're sitting close together on TV. And somebody had asked me about that. And people still are not taking the ownership. Just because you're a big celebrity doesn't mean you can't get it. You know, even the Queen, when she had a camera crew come in, they had to be wearing stuff. Everything had to be distanced from her. They had the huge crew outside of her room. Nobody ever came into the room with her. I'm sure they sanitized that whole castle when people left. But you're not immune. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter how much money you have. You're gonna, and I see people think, oh, I can just get together with no, wait it out. Write letters.
Divided, we can save ourselves.
Right. Stay at home.
Yes,
Stay at home.
It's challenging for me.
So, Ankit,
It's audible.
I'll take your leave now.
Is it audible?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sagu. I appreciate your
Okay,
input
good
every
night.
day.
Take care.
Thank you, Billy, Muhammad,
Love
Tasha.
you.
Yeah.
Take care. Take care.
Love you. There we go.
Okay. Bye-bye. See
See
you.
you later.
Bye.
Thank you.
5 things is very important. Viewer wants to know what are the 5 things that very important, because we have 5 fingers. So it's very easy to convey the message. Follow your hand. Follow your hand. Follow your fingers. So first is isolation. Second, you take care your immunity. Third is social distancing. And fourth is personal hygiene. And fifth is take a sound sleep, at least 8 hours. These are mandatory for every rich and the poor. So once you will follow your hand, you will be happy, healthy, and you will enjoy your life even you are home quarantine.
That's a good point. If we had an app that reminded us every hour, take a drink of water, wash your hands, because honestly, I don't think people hydrate enough. I don't think we hydrate our bodies enough. Majority of our body is water, and we dehydrate ourselves every day by not drinking enough fluid. So as you can see, I've got like 3 glasses here. And I'm, constantly drinking all day now because this has really scared me. Hello, wake up, Kim. You should have been doing this for, years. But, maybe this is our wake up call we need. Sasha, what are you doing different every day? I wish I could, these things drive me crazy. Sasha, what are you doing every day different now?
Interesting question. I'm doing a lot of things during the day, different things, entirely different things, and not in particular order. The only thing what I do every day, I get up. So far, it works. Okay. Then I have a couple of glasses of water with lemon, and sometimes 1 glass, sometimes 2 glasses. Then I have coffee, and then I have breakfast. Once that's done, I'm checking financial situation, what's happened with the stock market, what's happened to my stocks, and all that stuff. And then once trading starts at 9:30, I do some adjustment. I don't really trade a lot, but I do adjustments. So sometimes I have a lot of options. So I don't wait for expiration, but I sometimes roll over into next month. Something like the only one stock I have now is Philip Morris, symbol MO, simply because it pays 9% dividend. So as soon as they will cut dividend, I'm out. But so far as they do pay, the 9% looks very attractive to me. So that's the only thing I have. Then I play piano or listen to music. Then I read. It's all outside of IBM TV, of course, which I do spend a lot of time. Um, then I check on my chess site to see what's going on there. Maybe I could play a couple of games with computers or maybe some people there, so I can play. And of course, Kim, I invite you to visit the site, and
That's right.
I will help to navigate. So, but it's very intuitive, very easy. In fact. Well, then I correspond with people that I know. I read letters sometimes. I will have to. I'll prepare for tomorrow the letter from this Russian writer. I'll show you. I have a couple of books of his that I read, and he's very, very highly regarded professional writer. He lives in London now with his wife. They both got sick. Um, then. Then I see how the day develops because each day brings a lot of news, a lot of things that have to require attention. So I'm doing that. So I never get bored, and one thing follows another, and I just don't know. I don't have enough time. See, the problem is that people my age suggested to have a lot of sleep. My problem is that to me, sleep is a waste of time, and I'm so bored when I have to sleep. I really do. It's such a boring time. So I'm still checking some few things on the internet here and there. And then once I'm exhausted, that's the only time when I can fall asleep. And so I fell asleep around like 12 midnight, or 1 o'clock, and got up at 6:30. So that's basically my time. Then I'm watching a lot of different television stations, not only US stations, but I also watch a lot of Russian stations to see how they interpreted news. Then I'm watching sometimes Ukrainian stations to see the different outlook. Sometimes I'm watching Italian station. I don't speak Italian. I understand a lot, but I don't speak Italian, unfortunately. Before I came to Canada, I spent 8 months in Italy near Rome. Wow. Yeah, in Ostia de Lido. It's on Tyrrhenian Sea, beautiful place. When I last time, 3 years ago, I visited Italy, and we went with my wife to see that place, Ostia Lido, just to remind where we were when we were young, and when life was beautiful. So it was really nice to see the same place over again. And yesterday, I was fascinated to see the best swimming pools in the world. And I visited only two. There are 35 pools. I visited two of them. I have still 33 more pools to visit.
There you go.
But when they do it, it's impossible to travel now.
Well, so I've got a list of places I want to go, and I'm going to start doing it because I always just said I'll get to it tomorrow, but now I'm home and I'm like I never did it yet. Am I going to be forbidden to go? Yeah, so I'm going to come Canada, but but here's the thing. I think we need to take this time to make that list of things we need to do. And guys, you know what? There's some great videos of travel, like Monocle Films. We have those on IBM TV, but you can go out. There's just some beautiful things, VR for museums so that you can feel like you're going through a museum. So there's so many things that you can get in touch with and learn how to use on your computer, or just go outside when nobody else is outside and breathe the fresh air, because there's no reason to be bored. I hear from people, that somebody might be depressed right now. They're not getting out of bed every day. It might feel good to stay in bed for a change. But try to get back in your routine, because this is going to be over before we know it. And you need to still have that routine. And it'll be harder to get back into that routine than it is if you just let it go right now. I'm telling you right now, because I truly believe we're going to be in lockdown for 90 days. I don't believe 21 days is enough. We've extended it to 40, I think, and I truly believe it's going to be 90. And but in 90 days, you will establish a habit that you wish you hadn't, because you're going to go back to work, right, Ankit?
True. So what happened is that a lot of our state ministers, the chief ministers of the state, they are urging or requesting the central government, the Indian government, to extend the lockdown, because whatever the best practices we have done to save the humanity in India, that will vanish if we not extend it. Because if one person will be there with the symptoms, it can easily spread to thousands of people, and that is what we don't want. So we a lot of state ministers wanted to carry the extension lockdown till the time there is no cases. Till the time we have zero cases, we will try to extend the lockdown. That's what the news we have from the states government and Indian government right now. But there is no news officially that till what time we are extending the lockdown. But we are still trying to, work it out, because parallelly we are planning the backup of all the ventilators and the beds what we require if the cases grow up, and also how we can basically feed everyone who don't have the foods and day-to-day utilities to live a good healthy life. And also we are working parallelly with all the governments. I think Mohammed would know more about it, that how we are started exporting the pharmacies to the world. So there are a lot of things parallelly going around with the lockdown situation, and how we can make the essential products the need of an hour at this point of time. So, Mohammed, you want to share some stories on the pharmacy industry?
Yeah, there is a good news because see,
You need to up your mic.
yeah, in India there is information that President Donald Trump has given a warning to Indian government. Either you give me medicine or I will take care you the next time if you will need something else. But see, it's a need of the hour actually. So right now it's a good news that India has already agreed to export all the medicine, and only two medicine is still restricted. One is the azithromycin, and the second is paracetamol. But hopefully within a day or two, it will also be those two medicine will also be exempted, and anyone can export easily. This is good news.
This is
And
very
second
good.
thing, yeah, very good news
So,
because
Mohammed,
it's
do
need
you
of
want
the
to
hour.
mention how?
And and
Yes, yes.
Narendra Modi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given assurance that first will take care the neighbor and the friend, and then the other on priority. It's a
Country.
good thing. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Is a proverb. So it should be. So America is a very good friend right now. And see, basically, we don't have any enmity with any of the country of the world. We have the friendship with everybody. Russia is our good friend, the old friend actually, and America
Yeah.
is a new friend, and everybody is a friend right now. And the
Well,
second thing,
And if you want, can you share some stats that how much tons of medicine we are supplying to the world in coming weeks? Or what
see,
would be the approximate value of those medicines?
cargo is taking 100 tons actually, and Air India is trying to see for US, the cargo is going directly to Miami, so that from Miami it could be the distributed everywhere. Likewise, we are taking care of the rest of the world actually. So world should not be worried about the medicine right now because the pharmacy of the world is operative right now and ready to distribute the medicine to the every pharmacy of the world. This is very good news, and I just want to praise the government of India right now. See, government of India has given a notice to the all business community. They are ready to give the 50% salary of their employees because India is a very big
wow.
country actually.
Wow.
So I'm very also happy because I was planned to give salary. No worry, I was already mentally planned, and even most of the companies were planned to give salary, even though they are working or they are not working, because it's a need to serve the nation and it's a need to serve the needy people. But in the meantime, government has given assurance to sharing the 50% burden of the business community. It's a good thing, and already Indian government is already distributing the foods and the cash also to 80% of the populations. So we should praise and we should give a big hand, and working day and night, no doubt about it. So all the government peoples are working day and night, and the doctors, police, media, they are like an angel, superhero, everywhere in the world, not only in India, everywhere in the world.
And we hope that they're practicing social distancing and they're not having these boardroom meetings where they're all in the same room together. We hope that they're using the same tools we're using to be able to talk to each other from around the world, but look like we're all together. But that's good news and everything. And I want to hear some other things, but I want to share something with you guys that warmed my heart yesterday that I watched. Now, I know this man has passed away back in 2019, but you might know him. He is Grandpa Kitchen in India. Are you familiar with him? Can you?
Can you repeat again whom you're talking
It was
about?
Grandpa Kitchen. Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah.
He passed away, but something to think about in feeding, because there's going to be a lot of people who are going hungry. What he was doing was fabulous, right? Reaching out and just cooking this abundance of food, and how fun was it? It warmed my heart to watch him yesterday. I know he's not here with us, but I was going out and looking at really some good food. His food looked amazing. Um, but we all need to kind of maybe start thinking about, caring for ourselves, make sure we care for ourselves, but sharing. How can we share with those who need it? And keep your ears open and your eyes, right? We're not incapable of still reaching out and helping people. Do you have the means to help get test kits to where they need to go, or ventilators? Do you have the means to make sure that you call the elderly people that you know in your life and make sure that they're not hungry or sick? But this man was a good spirited man who reached out to orphans, right? Children who generally didn't get probably the best of foods in the world, but a lot of fun. And the food that he cooked made me hungry. So I wanted to share that because there's just so many things that we can start thinking about doing while we're down. What other things can we do for humanity in the future? I don't know what you guys felt about him. I just thought he was pretty fabulous
No,
to
he's
watch.
fabulous, and we have a lot of people in India who do the fabulous job day on and day on, and without waiting for the praises and the appreciation and the money, because there are a lot of people. Because see, we have more than 1 billion of population, so you find ample of people doing a lot of stuff. That's why we are surviving, and that's why we have the God's blessing. And we believe in India that we have more blessing than any other country, because we are one of the oldest ancient country with a lot of mythological and history with us. But I think the world don't know much about what we have in India. So maybe we can have a separate show about it. But
Right.
as of
Because you guys do so much for your people, just like you were talking about. The government is taking from their salaries to give back to the people. They're just saying, please stay calm, don't worry about this, we're going to get through this together. And that's what it takes. In Australia, the same thing. 3 or 4 stimuluses have already passed through, and so they're just telling you, you know what, we're going to take care of you, we're here for you. It may not be enough, but it's something. And in Canada, we've learned that, people are not panicking. The government's taking care of the people. In the US, we're a little slow, but hopefully they're going to come through. According to Nick, he said this may not be our last stimulus. I filled out a lot of paperwork yesterday. I've yet to receive the paperwork for myself. Just our personal stimuluses, but for businesses, I started filling out the paperwork. It's a lot of paperwork. It's not as easy as you think. They just don't hand out the money, and we'll see what happens. But there are just so many things. But in India, you do so much for the people. But I want to talk to Willie for a second too, and then I want to talk to Mohammed about this question. What have you been doing differently at home that might establish a new habit for you in the future?
What have I
See,
been doing differently?
um,
Yep.
yeah, please.
I'm no longer. I used to work in essential service, but that finished at the end of the month, end of March. So now I'm basically home. So I have all this time. I have all my projects to do. Uh,
And you
so
never
I've
sleep because you're up with us. So
yeah,
you've established a new habit. You're up at 3 or 4 in the morning,
yep,
and you're,
yeah.
but
I,
all
ju- I
new
I
habit.
just need to be more mindful about that because I think some of the other people in the house are getting, as I'm trudging through the house, they waking up and said, "Oh, who's in the kitchen? Who's in the kitchen?"
So I'm the same way. Even though we have a big house, it's open. So if people are here, they hear every word. This house was not designed for a lot of people as much as it was just designed for comfort. But you know, we have to be mindful of other people. And one of the things we're going to be working on is another show, so it's more at your convenience and time frame. And we are going to be working on that. We are going to pursue that. Same with
Yep.
Sasha. I'm going to be working with Sasha to get his project going because we've talked about it for three or 4 months now, maybe a little longer, and we should be able to take this time to get that launched. And get some projects going so that the rest of the world can have other things to do with this besides watching news, right?
Yep.
Have a startup hub, maybe
Yep.
connect you with Scarlett because they do a thing called Startup Safari, but maybe
Yep.
we can do that online, right? And you know, Sasha and I, we're going to be starting a project here real soon. I'm really excited about it. I'm going to go online and mess around with it today. But there are just so many, like you said, there's so many things you could do. You don't have to just sit at home and be bored. You know, catch up on those movies you never got to see. That gets boring after a while, then let me tell
Yep.
you. But I will say this, somebody was asking me, what can I binge watch that won't run out in 90 days or a couple months? And there's a show called Midsummer Murder Mysteries. And it's all murder. Each episode ends, right? It's an hour and a half. Each episode is an hour and a half. And there's no commercials in it. It was designed for PBS. So somewhat clean, but scary, right? Very, very scary sometimes. But murder mysteries, it's been on for 28 seasons, and the new seasons are still coming. 28 seasons. You cannot. Well, I got through them because when I get sick or if I'm having to recover, I binge watch Midsummer Murder Mysteries because it's clean cut for the most part. You know, you're not going to get the profanity. I don't recall any nudity or anything, but very healthy European humor. And so Midsummer Murder Mysteries, I'm not advertising for them, just saying if you get bored, that's 28 seasons of murders. The original star finally handed off to somebody new, and the seasons are still going, but he'd been there 26 seasons. 26 seasons. And so if you think of a season being about 13 episodes, because in the TV industry, each of our seasons have to be at least 13 episodes. And they did 1.5 hour per episode. That's a lot of filming.
That's a lot of
And but it's very good quality. It is extremely good quality. And they had a very good sponsor called Bentley, if you know who Bentley is. So
Kim, have you seen that series, Designated Survivor?
seen what?
Designated Survivor
No,
on
I
Netflix.
haven't. How long has that been around?
It's been I think 4 or 5 seasons, and it's about because in USA you have a designated survivor because if something happened to the president, who will be the next person?
Oh, yeah. So they have, yeah. I never got into that. It came on at the wrong time for me, and but I know people who watch it intensely, like it's their favorite show, and They leave you with a cliffhanger every year so that you can't wait to watch the next season. I like stuff that when the episode's over, it's done. My mind can shut off and I can go do something else. But yeah, that's a cool show, actually, um, from what I hear. So there's so much to do. Write a book, write your memoir, start a diary. Right? These are things like write down what you eat every day and monitor your food. I used to do that. These are things I used to do, and I don't anymore. But monitor your health too. Every day, take your temperature. Write the what the temperature was outside too. I can go through my mother-in-law's books. Now she's been deceased for over 20 years now, but she lived a very long life. And I can go. I still have her books, and you could go through them and know the temperature of every day for 70 years. She literally, I could go through her books of 70 years of life and read about what happened every day. You can piece together the seasons, maybe how they've changed from then to now. But maybe that's something that we each can start. They're just
You won't believe what happened last night that I wanted to play chess and I was looking for Sasha. That can I play chess with Sasha at that point of time? But I didn't get a platform to play because I was trying on iMessage and then on other platform. But because I was not sure whether Sasha plays chess online as well on a smartphone.
Sasha, be careful because he'll probably be playing you while he's doing yoga, right? And that's going to be our next thing, right? That's going to be our next thing is we're all going to be doing yoga and playing chess, right? Kill two birds with one stone. So, Muhammad, what about you? What has changed or impacted your life that you know that you're going to carry with you moving forward?
Uh, I believe that we are an Adams family. We are blood relatives to each other. Everyone, the human beings, are blood relatives. So there is no difference. You are American and I'm Indian, and he's Australian or Canadian or anybody else. We are one family of Adam's family, the human family, actually. One thing.
One,
Second, it, I was planned in the very teen age that I will marry with a different religion people, or a girl actually. And accidentally, I met with a girl who is Hindu from Hindu family, and I got married with her without any information to my family
whoa.
because 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 I liked her very much and I proposed her. Are you ready to marry me? But Shabazz, what happened to you? Are you serious? I'm like, yes, I'm serious. I will give you words right now, and I will just give you the day, and we'll fix the timing as well. So I've given 7 days only to decide whether are you ready to marry me or not. She says,
Oh,
yes, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm like, what about your mother? So she was having only mother. So she said, no worry. She likes you very much, and you are a very honest person and lovely person. So you think about your family only. So I decided within a week, and I married with that girl. And her father was an army actually, and died during service, serving the nation. And you believe me, when I married with that girl, I was on 25th of May. There was it's a summer time. There is no chances of rain, but especially I got rain on both the heads, especially
oh,
for 5 minutes. And I realized that time that his father is not alive, but the father, the God is there. He is watching us.
that's right.
He is the strong. He's watching us, everyone. So we should not worry. I'm alone. You are alone, or somebody is alone. We are not alone. Somebody is watching us. He's with us. Then my mother-in-law is with me right now, and she is very much happy because she doesn't have son. My wife is the only daughter, and there is no brother as well. So she is very much happy living with me, and she is enjoying her religion very well. And I'm arranging and helping her to how to arrange all the pujas and all, and she is helping me, and we both enjoy all the festivals like Holi, Diwali, Eid, every festivals combinedly. So earlier I was having two eyes only. Right now I have four eyes. So I'm seeing this world very beautifully. And right now I'm not a Muslim only. I'm beyond that. I'm a human being right now because I'm watching everybody like me. See, whenever I do something, I just remember God is watching us. So I should not do something wrong. I should do good thing because He is watching us. I
Yes.
have an NGO. I have an NGO. An NGO name is Rabdi Meher, RDM. Rabdi Meher means blessings of God. And I have adopted two girls, two Hindu girls, and we are providing all the facilities till marriage. If they will require jobs, will provide them jobs as well. And my vision is to adopt at least 228 countries poor people, so that I can show to the world we are the Adams family.
I love it. I love it. And that's not the Adams family that used to be on TV with the scary people. This is the Adams family from the one tree of DNA and genetics, that we are all born of the same DNA, the same at the end of the day. I know they say our DNAs are different, but we're all born from the same. And
Lovely.
how beautiful to adopt a child from every part of the world to be Adam's family. I want to watch this. We're going to make that a show. That's going to become a show. Ankit,
And I'm
Ankit,
planned for
where are
within
you? We want this.
2 years only. Within 2 years.
It's going to take
Uh,
some time, but I think you can do it. And especially now that we're in COVID-19, you can focus on that, fill out where your reach is. And, we'll all help you. I'll join the family. You know what? I've taken in foster children in my lifetime. It's not an easy job, let me tell you. You want to do all of them. It's not easy to take in children, especially if they're older. But it feels good. And if you can save one child and turn them around and give them a future, it's worth it. It really is. And I used to do it. My toughest, I want to tell you what, I've had all boys my whole life, all men in my life. And when every job I've ever had, I've been the only female. So, you got to understand, only female. Like, I was the first female hired by Fujitsu Engineering as an engineer in the U.S. So I was the first female engineer at the power company here in where I lived many, many years ago. So, all boys. So I had one girl one time. That one girl was tougher than all of the men in my life I've ever had. I just want people to know girls are not easy. Okay. They're not.
Lovely. Lovely.
And
Lovely.
very, very hard, especially when they come to you as a teenager. I had no idea. I thought, great, I've got a girl in my life. Oh boy, we could do our nails together. Oh my God, she was a handful.
And the one unique thing, I decided I decided in my childhood, once I will marry with anybody, means any girl, I will live whole life with that girl only. I will not deviate myself, even though she will do something wrong, or she will try to deviate from her own ethics. I will try to take care her as a daughter, because we can forgive the daughter, but we never forgive the wife. So
Right.
we will take care her all the things, and she's very happy right now.
And that's
She
good.
is very
That's
happy.
what we have to do. Reset our.
I'm giving the love of my husband, father, brother, everything, because she doesn't have father and brother.
And every woman needs a good father in their life. I'll tell you what I had in my heart. I had the best father in the world. Um, and I had good mentors, many, many good mentors. So, I mean, that's what it takes is a good foundation. And some of these children, if you're taking them in like that, they didn't grow up with a good foundation. But if you give them something, and show them something. It is amazing to watch as they get older and they look back and they go, wow, my foundation began here. And they found it. You know, so many times I've had children who were venturing off into the wrong part of the court, wrong part of the law. And you know, to bring them back in and do it in a way that they learn to respect themselves, because that's what happens. People learn, they stop respecting themselves, and when you stop respecting yourselves, you go out and do what? Bad things. So you come back, learn to respect yourself, learn to love yourself, and find that foundation. But you know, I commend you and taking in all of those children, the Addams family. And we're going to have a show called The Addams Family. We're going to watch him grow this. Quite interesting. For any of you who've had children, you can relate that they're a handful. You know, I enjoy them, but I've also took a vow to not take any more children. I've done it. I feel like I've done a lifetime of it, and I've decided to take a break for a while because it's to me it's like, and I hate putting it this way, but it's 100% conviction. You have to give them 100% of your time, and you have to be dedicated. Just like when I get a pet, people keep asking me, why don't you have another pet? I have to be able to have the time to give anything 100%, right? And so anyway, but yeah, no, this is.
So I have a question for everyone, including our viewers, that blood relation is more stronger, or the love relation is more stronger? Love means if you connected with someone, that is a more stronger relation, or your blood relation is more stronger?
Wow. Like reconnected with someone or just a new connection?
Love is blind actually. So if you
It
want
is.
to,
Mike.
it is love
I
is
gotta
love is blind actually, and there is no limit for the love. So love relation is, I think, is a better relation. So it happens generally between the two only, and better relation is between
No, no,
the
no.
better
So see,
relation.
Mohammed, I'm not talking about.
I'm
I'm not talking about that love. I'm talking about the affection as well.
no, no, no.
We
I'm
have
just
we.
taking. I'm just giving you option. See,
Okay.
boys and girls, they can go to the limit any father and daughter, husband and wife, brother and sister. They're all the love actually, love and blood relation both. But the love relation is, I think, is a very strong relation, in my opinion.
You know, I think
Willie,
it's good that we do that. I just had a bug fly by me. Yeah,
yes,
Sasha.
sir.
Before I sign off, I want to tell you something about relationships and love in the family. I'll give you my own example. My late mother, she loved her children very much. I was the oldest one, and there was there is a sister and my younger brother. And she was saying that this is mine. Now, the grandchildren is something different. This is not my responsibility. It's responsibility of my children, but my children, that's the most precious what I have. My late grandfather, his point of view was entirely different. He was saying why he loves grandchildren more than children. He was saying because they're enemies of my enemies. Who's right? I don't know.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I
You know,
have
this is what I love about this is reconnecting on just some of these stories. You know, this is beautiful. Sasha.
okay. All the best. I'll see you tomorrow, and talk to you later on. Bye bye.
Have a good one, Sasha.
Bye. Take care,
Ankit, you
Sasha.
also share something.
Bye bye.
Bye,
Bye.
Sasha.
Ankit, you can share something about you,
About myself,
because
I
see, you are a
think.
very young
Yeah.
person. You are a very young person.
I guess
So
Ankit talks so much, I forget to ask him, what has changed in your life, Ankit, that you
I'm
did?
learning. I'm learning every day and try to implement those learnings on my day-to-day life. And I'm very positive. Uh, no matter what happens and what are the situations, I'm ready to fight it out. And also, I'm trying to help people around me and try to build the human chain or blockchain manually by talking to everyone, because I know a lot of people through someone, and now I'm in deep connection with them. You won't believe I've never met Mohammed in my life. We spoke a lot of times. We cross each other multiple times at some hospitals, but I've never met him in person.
Wow.
Perfect.
So
Perfect.
I
yes,
never.
that's what, you know,
So
um,
that is what I was talking about.
make this an opportunity, make this a blessing, not a hardship.
Yeah.
And for all of those who have lost someone, we will start taking a moment of prayer every day in memory of them. To me, the situation is almost, as impactful as when we had 9/11, right? And but unfortunately, so much more because this is around the world. And whether this was done intentionally or unintentionally, we need to seize it. And as the Prince of Netherlands said, we need to hunt it down, stamp it out. But meanwhile, we need to join together, maybe, and realize what a blessing the whole world is. I've never had this warm of a conversation with people from around the world in my life. I really haven't. I mean, I am fortunate enough I get to meet a lot of people, right? But we interview them on the TV show. Sometimes I'm lucky enough that I might get to stay connected occasionally with them. But for the most part, it's not building a relationship that and sharing and caring and talking about all of these good things that we need to be doing for our human bodies. And we're going to be getting into that. And, keep it to 5, right? In speaking, I was always told to keep your items to 3, because the brain, the people that's how their brain works. 3 is the most they could take. So, but I've always heard 5 is good for remembering things because it's on your hand. So I'm glad that you reminded me of that. And just remember those that you love and respect. Willie, right? Like Willie, bless his heart, he's up at 3 in the morning, or sometimes 1, and he's got to be kind of quiet because he's got a house full of people. Willie, I do need to ask, how's your daughter?
Good, good. So she's in lockdown in Northern Territory, which is like 7,000 miles away from here, and it's an Aboriginal community, so it's very new. So the school, she's a school teacher. The school row is 300 children
Wow.
enrollments, but on any given day, there's only 70 kids in the class.
Why is that?
Because it's in the outback.
Oh, they're Aboriginal. That's right.
Yes.
Yes, the Aborigines. So you're just they're reaching out and educating more in those areas. Is that what's
Yes.
happening?
Yes. So on a good day, you'd have 120, 130 on a good day. On an average day, you just have 70.
Is there
So
resistance to this level of education to the people there? Because in some countries, you find a heavy resistance to educating the people.
not so much that. I think it's the attitude. The other thing that happens a lot here is deaths in custody with Aboriginal people. I don't know, they've just never moved along with the times.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Well,
that's right.
some cultures, and you leave things as native as possible, right? You
Yep.
kind of let nature stay the same, and you leave them, because we ruined the Indian culture here in our country. The Native American Indian has almost died out. They actually truly believe that COVID-19 might kill out the tribal communities that we've been able to sustain. They actually have a special COVID-19 package for the Native American Indians. I have been able to go out and read more on the packages that they're putting out. So, but there has been rumor that we kind of didn't help them along anyway when we came to this country, and we didn't allow them to maintain their culture. So I think it's very important to not go in and totally destroy, right? But I think what your daughter's doing is a commendable cause.
And what was lucky for her is I have the advantage of looking at things from a different perspective, because both my mom and dad have a Fijian connection, because I'm originally from Fiji.
Oh, wow.
So my dad is English Fijian, my mom is German Fijian. So there is that connection. So in Fijian tradition, when you go to a new place, you take a gift to the head of the place, and you ask for permission to come there. So what happened at the school where my daughter is, the whole school staff got expelled. I think something bad must have happened. So the whole school staff, all the teachers, 3, 4, 5 teachers just got the boot.
Wow.
So when my daughter and them got there, I said, this is what you need to do with the elders in the place. You need to go there and just take a gift and saying, this is from us collectively. This is, we know we're new here. If we're doing something wrong, please ask for forgiveness, along those lines. And so with that, she scored brownie points like you wouldn't believe.
Who wouldn't want a gift, right? No, but see, that's courtesy in the South. We have always had that too. Always carry a gift to someone's house if you're having dinner, a bottle of wine or something. Bring dessert. But always we in the South here, we do that. I love I have this saying about the Southerners, because we're real famous for sweet tea around here. That's something nobody else in the world does. Okay. No one, especially in California and New York. Whew, they don't like sweet tea. And I'm not too crazy about it, but sweet tea and Southern hospitality, right? And we are loaded with the Southern. We bring a gift, but we also give gifts when people come visit us. But I love your idea. So she scored brownie points, and she's doing good. And and that's something that we need to think about too. Is the caring and sharing again. Take care of yourself so that you can share with others. And that's what we want to do, guys. We want to live through COVID-19. We all want to survive. We want to see our family members survive. We want to see the zoo animals. I would hate to think that we would have to now go out and test all of the animals everywhere as well. But I guess maybe in the future, to protect ourselves, we are. And Scarlett brought up a point, what about the gorillas? She works with Jane Goodall, I guess, sometimes on sustainability issues. And, you have to think about these things. Wow. My mind's still kind of blown from that this morning. You guys have to forgive me. To have had that conversation has made my mind spin as to how can we really contain this at this point. Because I learned that they have been testing the virus with chickens for quite some time. So, and that they were doing that so that they could create a vaccine for livestock in the future if the livestock got contaminated. So now this is concerning, right? But maybe now if they have a vaccine for livestock, we could go to them and get it? Yeah, maybe they have it. So anything else? Any other news we want to talk about?
Yeah, what
I think
social
I think we have to. Yes, Mohammed.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, just a second.
No, go ahead.
There is a one instance taken place in Punjab, India. Social discrimination actually. So
Okay.
one patient got infected with virus, coronavirus, and actually, a day or 2 days back, the hospital has returned him back, and he came to the home, but everybody was not talking to him, and he felt very bad, and lastly, he got suicide. He lost his life.
Wow.
Wow.
That's sad.
It is an important information for all of us. Once anybody is negative, so they are not able to give you any infection right now. But okay, for safer side, doctor is advising him or her to take a rest at home so that no one can again infect you. So rather than he is not able to infect anybody else, so we should respect him or her very well. So social distancing is good, but social discrimination is very bad.
You know, people, now is not the time to discriminate or be prejudiced. We have a world full of that. We need to set aside those practices. You know, they've got a thing where, you know, they call it the social common norm, and that's where they isolate people who don't seem to fit into certain cliques or circles. We need to set aside that. We need to be humble, and we need to respect each human as if you would want to be respected yourself. We've drifted away from the golden rule in life, and that is respect others as you would respect yourself, or respect others as you respect your God. We don't do that. I hear people worshiping and giving more respect to our president than they would their own spouse. Seriously, I mean, I see them defending the president more than they would their own spouse. So I think we need to get back to the real basics in life. We got this opportunity. I don't want to go back to the point where I'm plowing the fields with a horse or a cow, but back to the basics of humanity, right? And social discrimination. I've been learning that some people are getting treatments in the hospital and some people are not, and it's purely based on whether they have insurance or not. I think that's wrong. I mean, you know, I've seen that happen before in an emergency room. One time, I had overheard the doctor say that person does not have insurance. Get rid of them. I heard that in an emergency room. So I think we need to home in on what's important in life. I don't know. I mean, Ankit, have you seen any of those social discriminations?
There's a lot of things going around. I mean, and I think we can't judge people because of the current situation, because people who don't have the strong willpower or the strong mind to take care of the things, they end up, I mean, doing all those efforts. And I think we have to protect those as well, because it is also one of the, I mean, I won't say a disease, but it's one of the factors which keeps them a little weak than what we are right now. Because you won't believe, we are talking about COVID from past 25 days, non-stop, and we have covered more than 80 hours of the show. But we have a strong mind and we know how to deal with it. But there are a lot of people in our society and the world who don't know how to deal with it. So people are doing a lot of other stuff. But I think we have to share the positive message that we have to fight it out, and we will bring everything together on a platform, because that is what I'm seeing. And if we can do something, or if these kind of pandemics, I mean, make us united, I think that is the best what could happen after COVID-19.
And you
So
know, we need to continue focusing on things like that. But people, if you're alone, if you're not getting the help you need, reach out to us at goliv@ibm.tv. Ankit and I will help as much as we can. I was not able to help the person who is still looking for their sister and looking for answers to what happened to their sister in the Philippines. We have not stopped. We just have not found the answers, but we're here. If you need something, if you need help and you're not getting it, you don't know how to reach out to people, or if you're just being bullied and alone, hey, call us. You know, I don't like bullies either. And I want to tell you what, you're going to find more compassion and love on this show than you are anywhere else in the world. right here.
And Kim, you won't believe that we are getting a lot of feedback from our viewers. One of the viewers, Maxi, he said that he loved watching us and we are doing a good job.
Yeah.
So these kind of appreciation make us boost as well, and that is how we create or make it. Boost our immunity
Right.
by reading all these things or by
every
getting
day we've got doctors that are coming on and they're sharing with us the good practices, right, Ankit? How to wear a mask. I'm going to tell you what, guys, go back and flash back on, and we're going to actually get some of these done on an individual basis. But I had no idea there was a right way and wrong way. And I just thought, oh, the blue looks good today, I'm going to put it on this way. You know, I didn't know. So people, you know, there's just so much more we can do that we can learn from each other. Text us from your country and share with us what you're doing. We might learn from you.
We have lot of varieties of masks from designers to the basic mask. So I'll show you one of the masks which is on the internet.
Oh wow! Wow! Oh my gosh! Louis Vuitton. I mean, my sister will probably have one of those. I need to tell my sister about that. Louis,
people are coming up with a lot of innovations, I think, in regards to the mask thing. And that is a good thing about a human, that we don't end up, looking or waiting and watch what to do. We come up with solutions. I'll show you one more pic in the meantime. You can start. Yes.
No, so this is good. I mean, these are things that I'm glad to see happening because we might be wearing masks out more often, right? And it's something to consider. I mean, I'm scared to go out now. I have been locked in so long. I'm past cabin fever. Well, first off, it's hard to get cabin fever in the country, so maybe I get country fever, island fever, right? What you call island fever. But I'm almost too comfortable now. I don't want to try. Used to, I would miss traveling because I travel all over and meet people all over, and that there was that withdrawal. But share some more stuff, Ankit. That was cool.
One good news that one technician who is not very skilled, but he has developed whole body sanitizing machine in Madhya Pradesh. Ankit, you must be knowing that. I have video of him, but tomorrow I will show you that.
So
he has built that whole body sanitizing machine and donated to the hospital, and manufacturing other machines for other hospitals from his own pocket. And in a single minute, that machine can sanitize at least 28 people in a minute.
Wow.
So this is a matter of, as Ankit said, this is a
sanitize machine. Ew.
Yes. So it is a matter of the positive thinking actually.
Yeah.
So one body is having the corona phobia inside the home, watching the book or watching the TV only, and one body is just coming out of that tension and doing something great innovation for the nation and the humanity.
Absolutely.
And so we all are very, very innovative kind of people. Everyone is innovative. We have to look at our own positive things, so we can do wonder. We should not limit our the quality.
And absolutely, there's just so many different things that we could be doing now, innovating. You know, I think eventually we're going to invent a bubble for our bodies. I keep thinking of the suit that you wear for a beehive, right? And we're all going to be walking around in this beehive suit. What's disheartening to me is the impact that something like this is going to have on big places that you know, we used to take our kids to, like Disney World, and I'm talking about it like it's in the past, but I almost do not see big mass things happening anymore. I don't see parents wanting to take their children into an environment like that anymore. They did confirm that there were a few people who caught the virus from Disney. At least that's what I've been told. I haven't confirmed it, but you know, we've got all kinds of big family parks. And I'm not talking about the picnic parks. I'm talking about the amusement parks, the water parks. All of it's taken
family entertainment centers.
Yes, family entertainment. Yeah, just going out and getting a pizza. I don't know if your countries have them, but they have like those places where you take your kids and they climb through the little tubes and they get into the balls, which I always think is horribly contagious. But I want to spray my kid down with that tool that you have when they come out of there. I don't even want to touch my own kid when they come out of there. It's like, ew, what did you touch in there? But yeah, so I mean, but these things are going to have to be done. Didn't we see a place where they were spraying people down the other day from head to toe?
Yeah.
We're going to go to hologram life. And didn't you have that hologram tool? I think we're going to go to a hologram life where we have a hologram and we just talk to each other through holograms like they did in Star Wars, right? We'll have Ankit pop up. Here's Ankit. Ankit will, may the force be with you. Yeah. The other day, I'm gonna go get my mask if I still have it. But the other day, I was thinking, are we gonna get to that? Oh my gosh, where we're wearing the Star Wars mask, because we can't breathe our own air anymore. And was that the intent of Star Wars, that they had to go into these suits? Because if you didn't, you would be contaminated or contaminate people. So, my mind goes way out there when I don't have work to do, like when I travel. But we have to, look back in our science fiction books. I spoke about this one time at a college graduation, that we paved the way so well that everything that we wrote about in science fiction books, we actually achieved, except for Scotty Beam Me Up. We haven't achieved that, and I don't want to be part of that science. And at that point, it was cars that fly, right? And now we do. We have vehicles that fly. So we'll probably see more of those in the next 2 or 3 years. They've been testing them out. I personally don't want to be around for that ducking around, but I'm sure we'll get codes for that. But zoom, flying cars. So meet George Jetson and all of that's going to, I guess, come true. But
there's a fun exercise I would like to do with everyone right here. So
okay.
I'll post a picture and let's see how we can do this.
There we go. 10 fun facts. Go for it, Ankit.
You read it. I'll follow.
You can't see your ears without mirrors. You can't count your hair. You can't breathe through nose with your tongue out. You just tried number 3. And when you did number 3, you realize that possibly you look like a dog. You are smiling right now because you're food. You skip number 5. You just check to see if there is a number 5. Share these with your friends and have some fun too. Have a nice day.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, yeah. Do that with your friends today, people. Every day we need to post something like that. Oh, my God.
And there's one more solution what people come up for the mask, especially for the doctors. Here we go.
Oh, wow. Oh, also there's a way to do it so you don't fog your glasses.
Yeah.
Because you will fog your glasses if you don't do it right.
Yep.
So I think the future for masks is that there will be a lot of innovations, and I believe that whatever N95 you are wearing, if we can add one more layer, like a netted layer, so that we can protect that mask and we can carry that for maybe a month or so. Because I think this is the way forward. Because we have to come up with a lot of solutions, and people have different ways. When I wear this one, I'm unable to breathe.
Me too.
Why? How will I sustain wearing this and working whole of my life? So how things will fall in place, but we need to come up with some solutions.
And they've said use cloth, and so the other day I did a bandana. Right, I took a bandana, and you look like a bandit, right, like a cowboy. And after 10, 15 minutes, I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't do this. I am never going to make it out to society this way. Because now my favorite is one similar to the one Juan had, because it poofs out, right?
Okay.
So it gives you a little bit of space. and breathing room. So I love that. I've got ones that are cups, and I need to wear this one more often, but I kind of like this because it's reusable, right?
Yeah, that is what.
You clean it really well. There's another one that supposedly you can put a wet filter. I've been reading about these, and that moisture helps keep more contagions from coming into you. But just be careful you don't put something in there you don't like to smell. I would just say use water or vanilla. But there's just so many different types. I like the reusable kind, like what you're talking about. Maybe have one outer layer and one inner layer. But this is plastic. I don't know how much they cost. I stole it from my son. But I think we can get them to looking good, comfortable, and not feeling like you can't breathe. I don't know.
Kim, you agree that mask is the ultimate thing we need to carry with all our wardrobe thing, because it's not about COVID, but in future I think there would be a lot of viruses hitting the humanity, and I think we have to work on it. It's like the mobile covers. Initially, they were using mobile covers, and now everyone is using those covers. So I think that is how we have to use our.
Hey, if you spend that kind of money to protect your stupid phone, by golly, you can better spend some money on yourself, right?
Yeah.
And so maybe make it like a hat, right? We got the our horse races coming up, and maybe I'll invent a hat that pulls down over the head. But it also has your glasses, right? You want because they say you want to protect your eyes, and Dr. Yu says
and the glasses,
your ears, right? He said our ears are a portal.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the glasses should have heat sensors, so as you're walking, you can see people that have high temperature.
Absolutely.
You have shared that video.
So you can navigate.
Awesome idea. Do you know, though, that would be good anyway, because in some people's jobs, they overheat. And we had this as a problem on the oil rigs. When they came to me, they wanted a means to test people for overheating anyway. But testing for fever is good, but also testing to see if you've been outside in the heat too long, right? Because we have those code orange and code red days. Perhaps you've been outside in the heat too long. And this should indicate to you it's time to sit down, time to take a break, cool off, drink some water. If you're behind these a lot, you're going to overheat.
But I think, as Willie said, rather than wearing those heat glasses, if we convert our CCTV cameras with those glasses, so that person who's monitoring it, they'll get to know if someone is having some kind of thing, and then we can track or approach that person.
Right. No. And, some other things, people, is we are looking for content on IBM.TV to expand more shows that are informational, educational, and fun. We are adding movies. What we try to do is pick out things that are free because, especially during this COVID-19, we don't want anything to cost you, but inspire you. And so if you've got some good, fun content that's educational, send it on to us. We do have an obligation owning the name of IBM.TV. So we cannot have any profanity or porn. We try to keep it PG 17? I don't know, 13. Okay, I haven't had kids in a while, so but we try to keep it family, wholesome, but fun. And there's a lot out there. There's a lot of entertainment out there that can be that way. But if you've got something you want to share, please call in and share or text us. Thanks again, Maxie, for watching us. He actually knows Dr. Tula.
Dr. Tula.
Yes. So. Yeah. So, which I think is very, very nice to have fans on the show like that for our guest. But, there's just, again, so many different things that if you've got some content to share. And your kid and I are trying to get together a jamboree weekend where it's all different kinds of artists sharing your skills with us, whether it's art that you want to share and maybe sell or auction off. If you've got music, of course, everybody loves, music stations, but we're trying to pull together that. So email us at golive@ibm.tv at ibm.tv and share with us what you have. And we're going to try to put together a weekend jamboree so we can all share all kinds of different things. And here we have a doctor.
Yeah, so I would like to play this video for our viewers.
There we go.
Be the beginning. As Mike Drolet explains, that's why some provinces are now considering allowing doctors and nurses trained abroad to join the frontline fight here in Canada.
COVID-19 has spurred a rush to build makeshift hospitals across the country, as less for the thousands of cases overloading the system now as it is in anticipation of what is to come.
We are preparing ourselves in the next 2 to 3 weeks for a peak.
Like most physicians, Dr. Shabana Sikander sees a system in need to monitor COVID cases in isolation and support overworked hospital staff. It's why Ontario and BC are looking to create positions for foreign-trained healthcare workers.
I'm just thinking that why can't we work on prevention rather than waiting for the peak? Why can't we flatten the curve now?
In Ontario, 1 in 10 confirmed COVID-19 cases is someone who works in healthcare. And in Ontario alone, there are 13,000 doctors and 6,000 nurses who were educated elsewhere and are not doing what they were trained to do. But the province's program is strict. While few have applied because it hasn't been advertised, only 10 in 12 applications have been accepted, leading to the provincial opposition to call for requirements to be relaxed.
When you have between physicians and nurses close to 20,000 individuals, from what I understand, who've got credentials from other parts of the world, I just don't understand why we wouldn't collectively want to be able to get them onto the front lines to help.
But there's also this. How many will accept the risk of working in a COVID-19 positive setting? Even if BC creates an associate physician class, is there enough incentive to get people to apply?
A big problem is that it sounds like that it's temporary. We are thinking maybe some kind of pathway that leads to provisional licensure, conditional licensure, which ultimately leads to full licensure. Something like this.
That could take time to figure out, something the healthcare system has in short supply. Mike Drolet, Global News, Toronto.
COVID-19 has dramatically changed the way we live, work, and learn. By now, most Canadian students would have been back in the classroom now that spring break is over. But the pandemic has forced schools to remain closed. Instead, thousands of students are now getting their education online. After a downer of a spring break, Sienna Boxer was ready to get back to school, except it's still closed.
I was really excited and I really wanted to see my friends, my classmates, and some of my teachers.
The 12-year-old joins thousands of Canadian students now taking their classes online, but she's worried about being distracted at home.
I haven't really been able to focus a lot with a different environment. I think it's much easier because you don't get as distracted in a classroom. And as at home, I have all of my fun things.
All across the country, classrooms are empty, forcing teachers to rejig the curriculum with virtual classes.
Definitely different, but doable. But everything has to be done very small steps to not overwhelm the parents who are also now struggling and the children at home.
There will certainly be challenges. There may not be enough computers to go around the household now that parents are working from home. There isn't an exact system for grading either.
If online learning is the only way, it's problematic, and when it's attached to grading practices that are not going to allow all students to demonstrate their learning.
But experts say bringing down the walls of a classroom can benefit teachers by showing them new ways to teach.
I can use any object that I have next to me and I can give you a whole math lesson with it. So just randomly, absolutely randomly, I have this in my head. You can see it's the tissue box. And I can teach you a lot about the volume, about measurement, about density, about a lot of things, but you have to be creative.
Sienna is ready to get back to learning.
I think I will end up being prepared. maybe not as prepared as if I was going to school regularly.
She has the maturity to understand this isn't a normal situation because all of her friends are in the same learning boat.
So that's what the life is during and after COVID.
But that's hard because in some children's homes, you do have a lot of interrupted driven situations. I mean, think about the homes where there's 5 or 6 children that are at different learning levels. And this takes me back to the pioneer days when you had all the children go to school at different ages in one classroom. Again, we're going to have to readjust our mindsets. It's awesome we have the technology, but we're going to have to readjust our mindsets to new educational means if we can't send our children to school together. One of the things I hate saying it this way, but I have no more fear of the children being shot at school right now. Right? We had such a high rise of mass shootings, and I tell you, Ankit, this broke my heart. My niece, before school started every year, she, when I was a little kid, we used to do a prayer before school started. Oh, please let me have the best lunchbox, or please let me have, right? Simple things.
Yeah.
My niece's prayer before school every year, and her friends were, please don't let us get shot and killed this year.
That's bad.
And now I'm sitting here thinking, well, right now she's at home. Well, she graduated a semester early because she just didn't want to go to school anymore. So she graduated a whole semester early from high school. But so she was finished when all of this happened. But I started thinking about this the other day when a friend of mine told me he's teaching all his kids at home. Tommy's teaching his kids at home. Wow, okay, we're teaching at home, so we don't have to worry about the bullies. We don't have to worry about the negative impacts. But how will that establish that social teaching skills that they need, right?
And you won't believe, I've read a story that during the COVID situation, USA, the people or the citizens, they're buying a lot of guns because they are afraid that there will be a lot of killings or a lot of, theft or things like that happened because of the current situation. I don't know whether I should believe it or not, but that is what I've.
So I would believe it. We are a gun-happy nation. I am a person who believes in the right to bear arms, but a right to bear arms responsibly. I do not believe in machine guns being kept at home. Don't think that's very smart. But my family, having not my family, but my husband's family grew up on a farm. Guns were part of their life for protection and for hunting and various other things, mostly for protection. But it doesn't make sense. Invest in masks and gloves. That's your defense right now, right? But yeah,
It's time to match our defense budget with our medical budget.
But a lot of people fear at home when things like this start to happen and people start to panic. You have higher crime rates where people are going to just break into your home to steal whatever they need. We have drug addicts, literally, and so you have to understand the mentality. I go to a pain clinic, what is known as a pain clinic for my treatments. It's easier to get in there than it is a bigger hospital. And they have an armed guard, I'm talking major guns, okay, at the facility. So I politely asked one day, is that really necessary? We're patients here trying to get help. And he goes, he told me that they have people coming in with guns and holding the doctors at gunpoint for the painkillers because they're addicts. We have that opioid problem in this country. This is, where we have literally 10,000 deaths a month in one state, not all over the country in one state. So, yes, that's sad, but I checked my guns, right? I checked to make sure that they would work because we do bear risk that people will start breaking in. Your country doesn't seem to worry about that.
So we have, people do have guns, but not the way you carry in US. And also, we know that these are the areas where you'll find people with guns, not across India.
Right.
And so that there are a lot of good and bad people around in each and every country. But it's the community who handles it. I mean, you can't let the government or police or anything can handle it. If the community is good, if you are teaching the right lessons to your children, and if you are sharing the right mindset, I think we can come up with these kind of situations. And I believe that why we are trying to do our best, because we still live in a knitted family or a society, and we still follow a lot of joint family. Values that people, like my parents, my grandparents, my uncles, my aunties, they all live together in a single home. That's happening. You won't believe in India, a lot of places, or maybe a lot of in cities, one of the families, they have around 108 people in one family, and they all
Wow.
live together.
Wow. And that's called community, right? That's your community control. You can help control situations like this. And I think that's lovely. The foundation of your lifestyle is so much more established. Our foundation kind of went like this because we have violent video games that we allowed into our country that our children play. See, our children, they put an age on it, but children were playing these horrible, violent video games. We had reality TV that it was better if you were putting somebody down and being negative and bullying people than it was if you were being nice and kind. So we've had a bad influence of TV and video games. I truly believe video games is what caused people to go out and do mass shootings, because I don't know where else you could have been trained to go in military style and shoot that many people and bearing all those guns, because you learn that in the video games. And video games are very much virtual reality, where it can train your brain to react certain ways if you play it enough. And so I keep that crap away from your kids. Excuse me, people. Keep that junk away from your kids. I'm a firm believer of what you let your child fill their brain with, like it's filling a basket, right? If you put bad fruit into the basket, it's going to be bad fruit. You can't eat it. But if you put good fruit in there, good, healthy fruit, then you have good, healthy fruit. You have good, healthy things. But it looks like it's the end of our day. We have guests coming in this week, right?
Yeah, we have guests. We have a lot of guests coming in this week. So hopefully this will be a great week with a lot of interesting debates and experiences and stories around the world. And we have some senior doctors and senior people who have been on the senior posts around the world talking to us and our viewers, and sharing their COVID-19 situation.
And we always have our standard guests who are kind enough to be on with us every day. And so thank you, Kit, for doing this for us.
Thanks to you. You are heading it. I'm just following you.
No, I get to running my mouth because I don't like quiet time on TV. So let's get our ambassador up and wrap up.
कोरोना वायरस से कैसे बचेंगे? ओके, हैंड धोकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे, अछू अछू। और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का।
Oh, she's so beautiful. She makes my day. You are blessed.
Thank you. So it's a wrap for the day, and thanks for joining us. And we all see our viewers tomorrow as usual, 10 a.m. EST and 7:30 p.m. IST. Thank you, Kimberly, and signing off. Bye bye. Take care. Stay blessed.